Hello, everybody. How's it going? It is good to be back. It's been a while. Welcome to Song of Ice and Fire campaign, A Sea of Spears. I've been trying to play the game itself pretty heckin' active of late, but we have had an awful dry spell here in our Sea of Spears due to some computer issues and then some illness and then some more computer issues. And it just got this awful stagger going. So yeah, it's very nice to be back and to have dice out and to plan on rolling them and to have the whole happy family back together again. And yeah, it's gonna be a good time. So welcome back to Westeros here on this Sea of Spears Sunday that has been a long time in the making. Especially welcome to I know, like, Tape Anxious. This is your first episode, so I can't wait to ruin the magic for you. And but yeah, like, it's nice for everybody to be back. Thank you for the subscription renewals, everybody. Even though we haven't updated them with Bodhi here on our Sea of Spears stuff. We've got to copy that stuff over to Erica's OBS also. But yeah, heck yeah, we are getting a bunch of hype going, and that's always cool. While we're mentioning it, like while we're here, since you just flipped the Iron Throne meter, Tape Anxious, you get a destiny point that you can give to any character of your choice, player or otherwise. And since we aren't really up and running yet, if you want to hold on to it for a minute, you can. You can wait.
Go decide now.
Do we jump in? Yeah, you don't have to just randomly name a Game of Thrones character. But yeah, so that's what you get for flipping the little Iron Throne meter that I think is on this side of my head.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I'm gonna keep doing this until
Yes.
it shows up.
That's the right side.
Yeah.
Direct me up.
I'm still
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
I just started poking over my head on my Twitch stream. That tells you the kind of lag that I've got. So I was determined to keep doing it. So yeah, that's what happens if you flip the Iron Throne. And whoever has the Iron Throne at the end of the episode, whoever has seized King's Landing and is the #1 fan at the end of an episode, hit me up in private messages here on Twitch, or you can find us on our Discord. Somebody want to toss a link to the Discord real quick while I'm yakking?
Yeah.
And feel free to swing by our Discord there. But hit me up somewhere, and you can kind of steer the plot a little bit, and I will try to create spotlight time for a character or faction of your choice. We kind of try to steer the ship a little bit, and
Oh yes,
give
factions
some
are
love.
available too.
Yeah.
Did you say
What was that?
faxes?
Factions. I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify. Factions were also available.
Yeah,
for Destiny
faction.
points.
Yes.
Yeah, Rusty mentioned it. We're just going to elaborate on it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Not faxes.
Yeah.
Factions.
That's
There
the take. If you want to introduce a technology, and I'm just making this up, so you can veto this, Rusty. 3 Destiny points.
It's called a mobile maester. You just slide them. Anyways, congrats on that, on yoinking the Iron Throne. But yeah, let's go a quick round around the table of kind of reintroducing characters. We are gonna kick off with this band of young Nymerians leaving Wyvern's Rest. Kind of, I don't want to say early morning, like you guys weren't up crack of dawn type of
hell no.
thing. That's not how things happen in Dorne. You only get up that early for assassinations. But I don't want to say like mid-morning, because you're also not waiting until like 11. But say about 8 a.m. in people hours, right? So like everybody gets up a little early, has breakfast, and then you're heading out. And we're going to start with the hawking party, which was largely feminine in makeup in terms of those who were super hyper excited about it and those who were quite looking forward to it. And this hawking party is something that a lot of your guests here at Addam's tournament have been looking forward to, but especially the female guests from the Reach, who have all been seduced by tales of riding contests in King's Landing, and then many of them then very daringly partook in this riding contest here at Wyvern's Rest, and they've all been looking forward to going on a nice ride through the Dornish countryside with you lot, showing off some of their hawks and their appropriate for ladies hunting skills in the west of Westeros. Hawking is still seen as acceptable for women folk in the rest of the Seven Kingdoms, where they have more limitations like that. And partially it's seen as acceptable because a lot of the credit for the hawking goes to the guy that bred the hawks, right? So it's kind of an extension of Willis Tyrell's reputation and that sort of thing. But we also have some insider information for Rhaena, you guys might recall, from her letter from Willis. Has Rhaena still got that handy? Does Rhaena know where to find it? Okay, Rhaena's going to go last then. We will go in reverse order for just kind of quick character introductions and kind of how are you dressed for today's hawking? Nothing super fancy, just are you doing like a casual vibe? Are you dressed in kind of a martial way? Just how do you want to look in general? So we will go youngest to oldest so that Rhaena's player, who is also the oldest, has time to go finding her documents, and Mima can adjust her bifocals and go find that letter.
Felicia, if I'm not mistaken, divorce is relatively easy in Texas, right?
So let's kick it off with Ash. Who's your character, and just kind of, like I said, what are you dressed like this morning to go hawking, or who in particular are you riding with in the hawking party? Do you guys want a recap on the hawking party first? It occurred to me. Okay.
I mean, apart from the ladies, I don't actually know exactly who's in the hawking party.
Yeah, the hawking party is several Reach maidens, young Alysanne Bulwer, who is, of course, the lady of House Bulwer, despite being 13. Desmera Redwine, a granddaughter of the Lady Olenna Tyrell. Mary Crane Meredith, who you lot have, of course, met in King's Landing. And those three are kind of being overseen by Aunt Jana Fossaway. She was originally a Tyrell, but she's married into House Fossaway. And you know that foursome, the girls were just gossiping about this the whole ride from the Reach down here to Dorne. They've just been looking forward to this the whole time. And then you've also been joined by some other lady folk that you lot invited along that look very different. And that is Obara, Elia, and Sorella Sand. None of those three have hawks, but they're along for the ride, and they're just here to kind of...
Wait. Did they bring bows?
Sorella did. Okay. Obara and Elia have spears.
Do they know they're not supposed to shoot the hawks, right?
We'll find out. But yeah,
Elia shoots my hawk, I will throttle her.
So, Obara Sand, of course, is the eldest sand snake. Elia is everyone's favorite sand snake and the greatest rider in the Seven Kingdoms. And Sorella Sand is half Summer Islander and an archer of some repute,
I like
who
Sorrel.
is a fan of going undercover at the Maester School in Old Town. You guys think Sorella's probably along just to kind of be smug at these Reach Maidens that, like, kind of maybe should recognize her and don't, because she's not Alaras, the Maester disciple, right now. And you feel like the other two Sand Snakes are also here mostly just to kind of be condescending towards the Reach Maidens a bit, like, oh, it's so cute that they're let out of their cage as long as they bring a pretty bird with them, right? Like, it's just kind of that dickishness, and it's, you know, partially a defense mechanism because Sand Snakes are all bastards, and they're
So this is the Mean Girls edition of CSP.
kind
You know, either
Uh,
that or give them like maybe a 20% chance to radicalize the Reach Maidens.
yeah, they're not
They're gonna go back wearing war paint and topless and holding spears.
yeah, just wearing
Cajun.
leather sports bras and round copper
Absolutely.
shields. So
The picture is great.
yeah, so there's those three local Dornish lasses, as it were, and then you also have a couple other Dornish women with you that are perhaps somewhere in between the Sand Snakes over on one end of the spectrum and giggling Reach Maidens over on the other end. You have the Lady Iris Dannett, who, by dint of her being
Oh,
here,
Iris came out.
and with the hunt
I
that's
like
planned
her.
this afternoon, there's just kind of no jousting going on today, because like there's so many other people are here. So Iris Dannett is out. The Lady Velena Toland is going for a
Oh.
ride
She's
with you
here.
lot. And Lady Enos Illyrian, daughter of once Lord Anders, is here. And she's the elder sister to young Gwyneth.
Indeed.
I don't know how to spell
No.
that. It is
It's
Uh,
YN. It's YNYS.
YNYS. Okay.
Or is it YNIS? Hang on, let me check.
It's YNYS.
YNYS.
So yes, once of House Ironwood.
Okay, that was my question. Is this Anders?
yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's
She was
like she is like the late Lord Anders' eldest daughter, and she married Ryan Illyrian. I think
yes,
it-
so she is wed to Ryan Illyrian. She
Real
is
quick,
not
Rusty.
the mother of Damon Sand. Remember, Damon Sand's a bastard from somebody else, but
Right.
that's that Ryan Illyrian. This is his wife, and she did mount up and ride with you lot for the siege at the end of
Mhm.
Anders Folly. Like she was there for that in your camp, as a very clear statement of House Illyrian's loyalty. But yes, she got invited along also. She does still look a little uncomfortable. She's chatting a bit with Velena Toland, but nobody else quite seems to know what to make of her. So, you know, people have been kind of chill. They've been formal but frosty, perhaps. So that's the lot of ladies. And you'll notice like invitations kind of did go out to the men also, because it's rude to not invite all of them. You know, but either because word got out how many women were going, or because the women got the word out about how many women were going, none of the guys have showed up for today's hawking. They've all made a lot of noise about looking forward to the hunt later today. And you're wondering how much that was Aunt Jana and Lady Olena saying, oh, you fussy boys can wait your turn. You know, let the girls have this one. Or if it's because the guys were just like, that's a lot of girls. I don't want to do something girly, right? Only couched in a smidge knightlier terms, right? But yeah, this is,
dramatically eye rolls in Adam.
yeah. So that is what you are looking at. Yeah, and that's a good call. Robert just suggested in our private chat. I'll out him for posting it.
No.
Yeah, no, you get to look smart and thoughtful. So House Ironwood, for those that are behind, which is understandable because our episodes are 4 hours long. For those of you that might be behind a dozen or more episodes, House Ironwood was fomenting rebellion, and they were actively assisting the Vulture King, the Bandit King of Dorne. And they were arming him and equipping him and assisting him, and then kind of sabotaging the effort to put him down, all in an
King
effort.
Robert.
Yes, all in an effort to destabilize Dorne, to make House Nymerian look bad, in part, but to also make the Prince of Dorne look bad, so that House Ironwood could kind of climb that ladder. So House
I can't believe they
Nymerian
did that, Dr. Bashir.
put a stop to that shit. House Nymerian led an alliance, including Stormlander houses, not just Dornish folk. And House Nymerian led an alliance that stopped the Vulture King's rebellion, and that also uncovered Lord Anders Ironwood's scheming, which included the betrayal of his own men. He sent some of his own bannermen along in good faith. Like, they had no idea what was going on. So, like, he would have been killing his own sworn bannermen, and stuff like that. So then the war party that put down the Vulture King grew, by royal decree, and turned into an army that put down House Ironwood. So this, the Lady Enos Illyrian, she's the daughter of Lord Anders Ironwood, who is responsible for this treason. And as part of putting down House Ironwood, House Nymerian, who led that force, kept alive young Gwyneth Ironwood, the youngest daughter, the only unwed daughter of Lord Anders. And little Gwyneth is now off in Sunspear, with their uncle, Prince Doran of House Nimros Martell. They're not that close a blood relation, but he calls their grandpa uncle, they call him uncle. They're actually, like, I don't know, second cousins once removed or something like that. But yeah, so Lady Enos Illyrian is in an awkward spot because she was part of an army that killed her father, and but she had to make it clear that she was on the right side. So she's still been a little awkward here around Wyvern's Rest at the tourney this week, because people are still muttering a little bit. But the people that are the most likely to mutter are, of course, her fellow Dornishmen. And most of her fellow Dornishmen that are here this week were here in that army when she and her lord husband were battling right alongside you lot. And most people are following, the lead of House Nymerian, not just because she's your guest and, bread and salt, but also like, well, if the Nymerians say that they're cool, then, they must be okay. That sort of thing. But, so yeah, she's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Iris Danet's in a little bit of a lesser awkward spot, in that she thinks much more like the Reach ladies than the Dornish women, despite being from Dorne. But she's definitely kind of softer and feminine and not at all interested in martial pursuits. But she is a Dornish woman, so she doesn't quite fit in with either group. But yeah, that is your riding party for the Hawking today. So, with memories refreshed, let's now do the individual character introductions, starting with Ash and young Lord Addam Nymerian.
Yeah, so I'm Ash. I play Addam Nymerian, the youngest of the four siblings. He's just turned 16. This tourney is for his name day. He's mostly held it together because basically as soon as the tourney started, he got told that he was going to have to get married, and he's freaking out because he's very gay. But he's trying to distract from his problems by trying to meddle benevolently in other people's problems, like his siblings' matches, and trying to like see if we can get a bit more influence by gaining a bit of control over the marriages of Iris Downet and Gwyneth Ironwood, which we are allowed to do. So his plan for the hawking is to have quiet words with Iris Downet and with Enos Illyrian to kind of see if we can do something useful for the house, kind of quietly, and just by. I mean, he does like hawking anyway, so he's kind of going to be participating. But his big sister has kind of put him in charge of sounding out Enos Illyrian to like who she thinks would be a good match for her sister, so that we can hopefully keep them as allies. In terms of the way he's dressed up, like Addam is a very fancy lordling. He likes to dress well, so like everything's very very carefully thought out. Similarly to kind of what you see with like real life royals, that they like their clothes tend to tell a story or indicate certain values and things. So he's big into archery, so his outfit today is kind of archery themed. So it's like dark green and kind of greenish golds kind of in theme. It's kind of linen and leather, like the kind of soft lamb's leather, with like a subtle pattern of arrows embossed into like his leather jerkin, and like a dark green half cape, and he's got malachite and emerald jewelry on, so he's kind of all color coordinated, and looking pretty as usual.
All right.
I love that he wears jewelry to hunting, to hawking.
Like not like loads, just like a gold chain and like rings, like that kind of thing.
He's not a peasant.
Exactly. What am I, a farmer? Because a big part of like going hawking and stuff is it's about being seen, and it's not exactly physically strenuous either. So he's going to be kind of trotting along on his brand new white palfrey, looking swell.
Are you familiar with your sisters who are competitive to the nth degree?
Maybe that's why Addam isn't. Like, that's why Addam has chosen a different thing to be competitive about.
Maybe Addam was adopted. It's hard to say at this point.
Maybe Addam's not an Imerian at all.
Maybe he's a secret something.
It's a secret Mormont.
He's a secret. Yeah, that fits pretty well.
It's very secret.
With silver hair, I don't think so.
It's a very secret Mormont.
They go gray sometimes.
Yeah.
He went gray at 8, but he's a Mormont. No, he's the most cuddly of all the Mormonts if he was a Mormont.
Super duper secret Mormont.
That sounds pretty cuddly.
So, speaking of silver hair, what about the elder brother of House Nymerian, Lucerys?
So I'm going to be there, partially because a lot of the knights aren't, and I just don't give a shit about like gender norms. I'm from Dorne, but also the 95% of that is Valeda's going, so I'm going to go, and I'm not going to wear my super heavy like pearl inlaid half plate armor because it's hot as shit outside. But I will wear my Castle Forge like a ringmail like shirt. I'll bring my spear. And I'm essentially, because I'm real bad at bows and animals, I'm basically just going to be there essentially as the guard. Be under that, I'll wear kind of nice silks, loose and let the air kind of blow in. I'm just hanging out.
So Luke's just there to look pretty.
Luke
for the
should look
ladies.
pretty.
He's just there. He's the eye candy.
If they get bored, he'll take his shirt off. I don't know.
No. I'm shocked he's wearing one.
It's a little surprising, but the day is early. So Luke is gonna be hovering near Rhaena Toland, sounds like, or are you just gonna standoffish but like staring at her from afar, or what?
My intention was to ride near her so we can talk and.
Okay, so
And hang
mostly hanging near Rhaena Toland, and she is not terribly far from like Enos Illyrian, because Rhaena was also there at the siege of House Ironwood, and she knows that Enos did her part, so she's not like a total pariah or whatever. All right then, moving up the age ladder, Erica, what's up with the Lady Baela?
Yeah, so I'm Erica, and I'm playing the Lady Baela. And Baela is a twin, and as everyone likes to point out and remind me, I am the younger twin, which, comes with the advantage, meaning I was in the womb for longer, and so I was able to develop longer and mature more.
You're like the model that had all the revisions done.
Yeah. Rhaena's the first draft. You're just
These prototypes.
And
Wow.
you can tell because I'm very strong and very fighty, and I
Fighty? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
And I'm not strong.
One of those
comparison.
well-designed vocabulary words.
In comparison, I am very martial, and I impress a lot of people on the battlefield. And that is where all the extra strength of spending the extra, I believe it was half of a second or more inside of our mother.
I love how the time goes down every episode until about 6 episodes from now, Erica will have been born first. Like she keeps narrowing the margin.
So
One of the days you won't notice.
Yeah.
I'll play it off like I slip of the tongue, and you'll just let it slide, and then the next time
Right.
it'll be more deliberate, and
That's how I remember it.
She starts pulling rank, and
that's how it goes.
so
By
yeah,
the end of the game, I just want to put. By the end of the game, she'll have been born during the reign of Aegon the Conqueror.
she's actually the lady of the house. You're all children. She just keeps changing. That one other upside to being second-born is if people want to check out episode 45 on YouTube, it did get you a personalized message from Kevon Lannister, who's the second-born of House Lannister. So, did come with that perk.
Oh yes, that's right.
Well, I don't remember.
That was very
this,
cool.
If I'm being honest. Oh,
The audio message.
oh
Felicia
yes. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Felicia didn't get a cameo.
I was thinking in game, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I do not remember some
She's
letter.
freaking out.
Played by
The
Raven.
actual, let's start with the
And I'm
actual
like,
actor who
what?
played Kevon Lannister recorded the voice message.
Yeah, that was
So we-
really
Very cool.
It was really cool.
So who is Baela hanging out with mostly this morning?
First, what I'm wearing is an outfit that's kind of similar to an outfit that Rey from Star Wars is best known as wearing in Force Awakens. So it's a very light cream-colored pants that are for riding, and she has a somewhat tight wrapping for her top that's just is covered and meant for riding and kind of athletic stuff, and over that is 2 big sashes that are the deep wine crimson color, and tying it together in the middle is a belt, of course, and she has the spear with me and my famous sun spear with oh my gosh, what's the name of the metal?
Starts with a V, ends
Valyrian
with an
steel.
Illyrian. There we go.
Valyrian steel, thank you.
Yes.
I was
Baela,
going to say
despite-
Imperium, but that wasn't right.
that's different. It's also not adamantium. But yes,
I mean,
despite
it basically is.
the second born, Baela carries the Valyrian steel spear of the house. Because as the two twins matured, she was much more martial, and Grandpa recognized that the spear of the house need not always go to the lady of the house. Which brings us to the heir to the house, the eldest, Lady Rhaena. How's it going? What's up? Oh yeah, and who's sorry, we're gonna loop back around. Shut up, Felicia. Erica, who is Baela hanging out with mostly? Like you're
If
not.
you want to hang out with me, my fiance, I think, has a crush on you. So
What? Really?
What?
Well, this is an exciting development, so I'm gonna sort of move around a bit, and maybe in the beginning, sort of helping lead in the direction of the area for the hawking. But then after we kind of get closer, I'll probably drift back to hang out some with our cousins, the sand snakes, but then also with brother Lucerys and some nice woman he is with.
I don't like the way
For
you said
some
nice.
reason-
Actually, now I think about it.
Forget
for
her
some
name.
reason.
Valena.
No, Valena. I know her
Toland.
name.
Erica.
I was trying to be a little awkward with it.
Good job.
And I succeeded.
I regret this. I want to go back. Can we rewind the session?
Nope, too late.
Luke said something that has my attention, so I'll kind of be there for a little bit throughout the day, and I might spend some time with the married daughter of Anders Ironwood, and I do not remember her name. Sorry.
Enos.
Enos. Okay,
Enos.
thank you.
Valyrian, yeah.
Okay, now we get to the eldest of the Nymerian siblings.
Now I
Lady.
can talk.
A little.
All right. I'm Felicia, and I play Lady Rhaena Nymerian, eldest and heir to the house.
She's a train.
Just
Sorry. And
push to talk.
I think I am. Push to talk.
All right, well, it wasn't
Yeah,
making
wasn't-
noise.
I think I'm voice activated. Yeah. Okay.
Right. It was stopping.
Well, I will make it so it actually listens to me. I'm Lady Rhaena, and I am heir of the house and lady of the house. Not lady. Our grandfather, Maekar, is still lord of this house, and he machinates everything from behind the curtain, and we are his hands.
His
And-
pockets.
His hands and his will made real, to quote Moira. But I am taking today to try to forge stronger relationships betwixt myself and the Reach ladies. And I think also with Lady Enos, since, like you have mentioned, she's a little isolated, but the others seem to be picking up on that too. So I will let them carry most of that for the rest of the day. But I want to make sure that we actually have a good connection with our actual allies. I mean, she rode into battle with us, and she deserves to be treated as a valuable member of our group, our growing group of allies here in Dorne and the northern areas. But as far as like what I'm wearing, it's very almost, it's kind of similar to what Baela is wearing, except the pants are like a little tighter of a cut, like riding pants, and kind of like leggings. Does that make sense? They don't have leggings, but like leggings with
Is it-
over like,
She's in yoga pants. Got it.
yeah, sure, yoga pants, and but they have like there are split skirts, so that when I'm off the horse, I'll look like I'm wearing a dress, kind of thing. And the top is again like the linen swatches of fabric, uh, different colors, uh, and just whatever came to hand because. And then over that is a like an overblouse of wine and wine color, not made of wine, Luke.
Yet.
And mostly because we're going to be out in the sun all day, and she looks very Targaryen. She's like silver haired, like her brothers. So she's not like super white, as in the picture that you'll see that comes up on the screen, because she would just die. She would just turn into a crispy critter.
And,
But
Valyrian blood helps with sunburn. It's not a thing you have to worry about.
that's true. But today is all about utilizing the information that Lord Willis has sent to me.
Who's that?
Lord Willis, my soon-to-be betrothed. What is it? Betrothed? Promised to be betrothed? Whatever. My not quite fiance. Sent me a lovely letter, and in that letter he kind of gave me the down low on the ladies and their horses and their hawks and what their styles are and how to take advantage of them. I don't think I want to take advantage per se, but I do want to kind of use my knowledge to make me seem like I put forth more effort into knowing more about them.
That's taking advantage.
Yeah, that's still counts.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, like, did you read like that letter? Did you read it aloud when we were all in the room?
I don't remember. I know I read it aloud.
Because if you did read it aloud, then that means we all have that information as well, so we can take advantage, and you don't have to feel bad.
Did you remember it?
No.
I mean, I've got a copy of the letter, but
Yeah, me too. They all have different kinds of birds. Like, what? That's weird.
yeah, like one of them, like I think it was Alisane's bird, is like very young and a bit skittish and that kind of thing.
Yeah. And it talks about how good they are at riding, which was the race. I did make comments going into the race about it, but
Oh yeah, it was like about like what food their horses liked and stuff as well.
Yeah.
So like basically how to kind of bond with them a bit more.
Particularly for young Alisane Bulwer, who was a postscript on the letter. And he was just like, by the way, she'd probably really like it if you invited her. And her pony is Bors. And Bors loves pitted dates. Or as he put it, the way to his heart and hers is pitted dates. So Bors loves pitted dates, and so does Alisane. And her kestrel is, quote, yet small and fragile, but, like her, eager. She and the bird alike, I don't doubt, would consider it a kindness to be invited along. So he wanted to make sure that the youngest girl got invited. But then he did also totally give her the down low on his Aunt Jana's horse and how she rides, and Mary and her hawk and all that. Because Willis Tyrell is the guy that bred all those hawks and all those horses, and he breeds a lot of hounds also, and he's probably the preeminent dude for that sort of thing in the Seven Kingdoms, but certainly in the Reach. So he was kind of trying to give her some insider information because it's his job to appear useful, to try and be seduced, or do the seducing, I should say.
That's what Marjorie told him.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, Marjorie tells me it is a suitor's chief goal to appear useful, doubly so one so plain as myself.
Always.
Was
the
how she
self-effacing is all part of it. He's a smooth.
Woe
So,
is me,
yeah.
I have nothing but these good looks in my billions of dollars.
Yes.
I mean, also he's a Tyrell. They're all good looking.
Yeah.
Comes with the territory. So Jana, Meredith, Desmara, and Alisane have all totally been looking forward to this, and you've got some inside info from the guy that bred their horses and hawks and has gone hawking with them, in order to potentially let you impress them or look cooler or whatever. What
Do
else?
have a hawk, uh, but it's on one of the saddle mounted perches,
Great.
instead of like on my arm, because I have my sword strapped to the side of the horse just in case, and on one side and my shield on the other just in case, because we're going out in the wilds.
So, prior to starting the hawking proper, as you guys are starting to kind of like lead the way, because again, I'm assuming one of the Nymerians is out in front and leading the way to an area that's got good terrain for this, or whatever.
Horse.
As you're doing that, you guys see Meredith Crane trot up beside you and then start to nose ahead just a little bit. And Desmara Redwine happens to be doing that on the other side of you, with Alisane Bulwer fighting some giggles about a horse length behind, as though this whole thing is very scandalous. And then on some unspoken cue, oh, just kidding, it's totally spoken, Jana shouts, "Now!" Mary and Desmara both give spurs to their horse, and a race is on. So, everybody that wants to be part of the race, if you just want to thematically keep up with the group, that's just fine. But if you want to be ahead in this race, as you guys breathlessly hit a big, gorgeous spot of Dornish landscape that's perfect for hawking, if you want to be in the lead for that, it's time to get those animal handling dice ready. So the girls have decided on an impromptu race.
Well, I will not back down from a challenge.
I'm gonna glance over at Valeda Tolan. Does she look like she wants to participate in this?
It looks like everyone is. Like it's an early
Okay.
morning. It's a good day. The weather's pretty mild. Still, everyone's in good spirits. Elia like smelled a race coming. As soon as they started to like get into position, she's ready to go. Obara looks a little more bemused than competitive, but even Iris Dannett like lets out a whoop and a smile, which is one of the first you lot have seen, and it just looks like the infectious good cheer of Mary Crane and Desmara Redwine has spread, much like cooties. And yeah, just the whole group is like, whoa, let's do it. Right? So everybody's looking pretty heckin' amped.
I think like this seems like Adam's still not super like he's not back to like his old comfort level of riding fast, but this seems like a low stakes way to do a bit more
Low stakes.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just imagining Elias flipping you off as she does this.
Yeah.
She's the worst. The actual. But like, yeah, I mean, like, this is significantly lower stakes than like hunting down Cletus Ironwood, you know, for example. So it's like, I'm less likely to fall and die.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get involved.
And you guys did pick out a fairly safe area, you know, to go riding in order to go hawking. It's, you know, you guys know the territory and all that stuff. So it's
I think also just, I haven't taken like this is like my new horse, Prince Darren, who I haven't like actually taken out riding yet. So this is like a kind of fun way to test.
But nobody's having to leap across a fallen rope bridge or anything like that. You guys picked a nice, pretty safe, stable route. So let's get out those animal handling dice. You will get bonus dice for riding if you have that specialty. And if you are on a castle forged horse. In this game, in theory, only weapons can be castle forged quality, but we let other gear. If you pay extra, you can get a little +1. But it's just also fun to picture castle forged horses, like they're coming off an assembly line.
Castle
What-
bread.
Yeah, Westworld style. So, all right, let's get those dice out, and let's just kind of roll them and see
All right.
who's going to be in the lead.
I got 12 here.
I have a 17.
Nice.
So also 17.
Nice.
I rolled kind of mediocre.
Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay. There's that. Good for her. Not great. Unremarkable. Great. Okay. So, looking pretty good on horseback. Perhaps just because of the morale bonus of being the one that first really puts, and I don't want to say spurs to horse because they're not wearing spurs, but puts heels to horse. Desmara and Mary both pull ahead pretty quickly. Once Desmara Redwine is getting jostled around in the saddle a bit more than she likes, she eases off a little because she is very concerned with looking like a granddaughter of the Lady Olenna Tyrell, riding gracefully in the saddle with her hair flowing in the wind. So she doesn't really have the gusto to on pressing at a gallop. She is a little more concerned with looking ladylike. And she's also a bit bouncier than some of the Dornish warrior women, let's say. So she has some practical concerns as to comfort as well.
Yes.
Mary herself actually rolled really heckin' well. She's sitting on a 15. So she's out in front for a while. Mary is able to just cheerfully and joyously and boldly go with it, because she considers herself, and by many standards she is kind of an experienced rider at this point, in that she is the veteran of the riding contest in King's Landing and the riding contest here, so she's clearly kind of getting hooked to legal street racing, and by Westeros standards, she's all into it. She's got a spoiler on the back of
That's
her
going
horse.
to our Fast and
I
Furious
was just like-
AU.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I literally just I was like, that's getting added to my Fast and Furious.
Yep, yep.
See the Furious universe.
So she, sorry, 1 second. I have a floofy Bodhi hair stuck in my eyebrow that keeps wafting into my eye. I think I got it.
Mary pulls up at her R32 Skyline. Get in, bitches.
Neon, yeah.
It's neon
But-
green.
Setting the bar for anybody that wants to come in first is Elia Sand, Lady Lance, who rolled an 18. So she does what she does. And she's like, this is my thing. She's just all about riding that horse with quickness and aggression. So
I'll
did
give Mary 10 gold dragons to trip her.
So you gotta catch her first, unfortunately.
So did anybody have an 18 or
The
higher?
closest I think were Baela and I with our
Yep,
17.
I knew you guys were right there. So yeah, like Mary stays out in front for a bit, and she's just laughing and having a good time. Desmara falls back a little, more concerned with poise and comfort, which kind of puts her aside Aunt Jenna and young Alisane, who Boris is just a pony. He's not going to be able to keep up. So maybe Mary let off the gas a little to help with that. Iris Dannett, you'll notice at the end of the race, is in with that little knot of Janna, Desmer and Alisane. Valena Toland and Obara, neither one are quite competing. They both kind of rode wide out to the flanks, almost like they're kind of taking up the rear of the formation and keeping an eye out that none of the younger riders are getting hurt. They're both a little too cool for school, it would appear, and not really trying to compete. And then you've got the Nymerian twins right up front, leaning low over their horses, trained by, wow, that was loud.
Holy shnikes.
So, yeah, I guess there's a storm.
Was that thunder?
Yes,
Yes.
and it continues to be thunder.
Wow.
Like, it's still rolling here, so, okay.
Shit.
So in case something happens, that's what it
Yeah,
was.
we can
Fuck
just,
now,
oh, that's
America.
why. Yeah. Yeah, the Nymerian twins, with their war training from Sir Addam Bridington.
Well, and Dornish horses.
Yeah, that helps too. So the Nymerian twins pull ahead of both of their brothers, which again, they've just had more training with Sir Addam Bridington, and they're perhaps still a hair more familiar with the Dornish terrain than either of their brothers who've been away for a while.
Yeah, because someone sent us away.
And
Yeah.
we're just better than our brothers.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
that.
we're just better.
Fine.
So, for a moment, as you guys are getting close to this like plateau area, with just enough scrub brush to be like welcoming to desert hares, and it's like it's a great spot to do some hawking, and it's pretty clear to everybody that you're almost there, and it looks like it's down to Baela and Rhaena, the sisters dueling it out for preeminence, and then Elia Sand just comes barging up between the two of you. Her horse just like wedges its nose in as you two are neck and neck, haunch to haunch. She and her horse are like, "What's up, bitches?" And she comes bursting up from behind you, and she is bent double over the saddle. Her horse is down low and straining forward, and she's just rolling in the saddle perfectly, and she pulls ahead by a nose that feels like a mile, and she keeps going for about 3 more paces after you guys let off. She makes sure to like keep her foot on the gas just a little bit longer, so it looks like she was ahead by even more. And yeah, she and her wild hair, and her grin that's a little too big for her face, and all that. She just looks very pleased with herself as once again she has won a riding contest. And
An unofficial casual one.
that sounds like something a loser would say.
Well, I did just
Ooh.
lose to her.
So once again, her bonus dice do the job, and she looks good. But nobody seems to be in bad spirits about coming in next to the twins or anything like that. Seems like most of them just kind of aren't counting Lady Lance. They're like, it's okay, it's all she has, dude, right? And they're just like none of them are sore losers about it.
Ouch.
And it seems like they just kind of all assumed that they were going to lose to her. But they all come trotting up, a length or two behind, or maybe a length or two behind that. But they're all good-spiritedly breathless, just like after a good round of dancing.
Right.
Just that
Yeah.
socially acceptable level of flushed bosom, and rosy cheeks and tossed hair, and yeah, like they all, everyone's just having a good old time.
Hawking's kind of nice.
Yeah, we're just.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
And so, yeah, everybody's there. Fairly short order. Nobody was really lagging behind. Alisane Bulwer would have been just because she's a little pony. But people saw to it that she wasn't very far behind. And in fact, because they're towards the back of the pack, you're able to see that Janna and Desmara both kind of ease off on their horses, which are fine reach palfreys. They ease off there towards the end so that Borse can be just a little bit in the lead with Alisane, so she's not the last one. It's okay. Bodhi's headed your way looking suspicious of this thunder, so she might be headed towards you.
I know.
Changes in the weather like this bother Bodhi's arthritis, so she does not like them.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, I would be surprised that she was able to hear the thunder.
Yeah,
She can feel it.
Yeah.
yeah, and she feels it, and she, has normal doggo anxiety from storms, but she especially hates them.
Yeah.
So she'll be
Hates
bouncing.
thunder so much.
She'll be bouncing back and forth from us during this episode. So yeah, everybody arrives just kind of, high-spirited, politely breathless, cheeks flushed, and enjoying a nice day here in scenic Dorne, because you're not in like the shitty parts of Dorne where this sort of waste of energy gets you killed. Crossing the more deserty parts. You guys are in fairly temperate, mild mountainous.
Well, I mean, I think we've got like actual meadows and shit in our. We've got like we're in the green belt, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody's having a good old time.
Nice.
Excellent.
I kind of realize that Adam is like. This was inadvertent on my part, but it would almost certainly be deliberate on Adam's part of color coordinating the horse and the hawk. He's brought his white horse and he's brought his white hawk. He's a fancy.
Ash is like, but that's totally on accident. So yeah, let's get to some hawking then. And this is going to be kind of an abstract of the whole day, or not like the whole day, but of the morning's hawking, because the plan was sometime around high sun, you guys would head back to Wyvern's Rest. Everybody takes it easy over lunch, and then afternoon into evening is the hunt. So that's kind of what you guys have decided for the day. But yeah, so for the general success of the morning's hawking, let's go ahead and keep those dice out. It's going to be a survival roll. You do get specialty dice in hunting, and if you have a hunting hawk, you get +1 die, not one bonus, but roll and keep an extra die.
So could you repeat that, please?
So it's survival plus your hunting specialty dice as normal. Roll those extra and drop, But then if you have a hawk that you are hunting with, it's +1 die. So roll and keep 1 extra die. Basically, you've got like an assist from your critter.
Okay.
So anybody that wants to try to, for lack of a better term, compete. We'll see how people are looking.
I'm not
I will
scared of
repeating.
compete.
Well, I put no points into survival at character gen, so that extra dice was useful. I suppose I don't have to be good at thing to like doing it.
Yeah,
We have
and
people
again,
who do this for us.
well, not this part. Remember, this isn't hunting for food. It's hunting as sport, and that's important in Westerosi culture.
Hunting as social event.
I
Yes.
grew up in a city. I'm a city boy, so
You
I don't have this.
You think Robert Baratheon never dragged every knight within earshot of Robert Baratheon? out into the countryside to go hunting. Like, you were supposed to have been taught this as part of your squiring.
A lot of stuff.
Right, there
I
we go.
cannot pick up on.
I'm just saying, don't put this on your King's Landing time. There were hunting opportunities there.
I will roll, but I am bad at this. I rolled good. I got a 9. On 2 dice, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought like I got 10 on 3 dice. I thought I was doing pretty well at that.
3 on 2 dice. And I'm just happy it wasn't 2.
Yeah.
So, for the record, you had the potential for bonus dice if you used the information that your would-be betrothed sent you, but you
I'm
specifically...
not using it against them. I want to use it to make them look good.
Fine. I'm just saying, you said you weren't using it for yourself,
Right.
so that's why you didn't get the bonus.
Yeah, I'm using it, but I want to use it to help them look good and be successful and have a good time.
To be able
But-
to compliment them on what they're doing and...
Yes.
Gotcha.
This is more political than anything else, but
Sure. Also, kind of sounds like something a loser would say.
Yeah. I rolled an 8 on 3 dice, which is.
It's no 9 on 2, but whatever.
So it's not a very successful venture.
Talking shit because of his 9. He's like, "What up, losers?
What up?
Almost got the double digits."
Almost.
So, yeah, it looks like Willis Tyrell did a really good job of preparing these ladies, giving them good quality horses, and giving them really pretty solid hawking birds. These were all rolling and keeping 3 dice, for the record. Which is to say they just have hunting 2, and then the 1 extra die from having a trained hawk. Alyssane Bulwer, who blushes and giggles a bit despite herself. She's been very formal and stiff, remember, because she is a lady. She is the lady of House Bulwer. And she was supposed to be trying to get Addam to wed her, and this is like the farthest she's been from the Lady Olenna in this whole trip, right? The whole cross-country slow-moving excursion, she's been in that wagon with Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, telling her, be mature, and this, you're really pretty sure this is the first time that she is, not just barely broken line of sight from her in the better part of a month, right? And she actually lets out a little giggle as her little kestrel, which is a very small, very quick beast, as it snatches up a sand hare, and she's getting some small compliment, and you toss a pair of pitted dates to her, and she feeds 1 to boars. She says, "My kestrel's name is Olenna because she's sharp and very graceful, of course, but also a little prickly at times." So she's like, and she does this kind of childish, like, look around, like making sure that Lady Olenna isn't here. Like she hasn't got a magical bond to the thorns growing in the scrub brush nearby, but like she still does this kind of childish look around. She's like, "My kestrel's name is Olenna," and she got a 13. So she and Olenna are doing some work. Olenna also brings down some very quick little desert mouse type of thing, with just this lightning fast dive later in the day, and it's something that everybody else is like, "Oh, my bird just doesn't go for things that small," right? But like That was heckin' accurate. So she's looking pretty okay with a 13. Aunt Jenna Fossaway. Her red tail, named Rose, takes down the fattest Dornish hare of the day. It is a big, fucking plump and juicy kind of like Jenna Fossaway. She is rather buxom. Is I believe the only descriptor that she is given in one of the books. No, I might be thinking of a different Tyrell. There's an unwed. No, yep, it's Jenna. That's her. Her
Of course it is.
appearance. Her appearance and character is she is buxom and enjoys gossip. So, but she is a little bit older than the others, so she's an aunt. Oh, that's Bodhi being upset at the weather. So yeah, so Aunt Janna's red tail Rose brings down just the fattest hare that you've seen, and you notice that that Rose did miss a couple of dives on other birds. Like you guys had some, I guess they'd be like some type of dove or pheasant type of thing. And it's not so good at those. But yeah, did a great job because Aunt Jenna and Rose also got a 13 with a 14. And again, these were all on 3 fucking dice. 3 dice. With a 14, Mary Crane and her Duskhawk Sundown get a 14 with just a good all-around job. She gets a mix of all the critters that Dorn has to offer 100. She doesn't make every single one that she sends Sundown out after, but she does some fine work. And then also with a 14, Desmara Redwine, her bird, a strong goshawk, actually brings down a wildcat, like a Dornish wildcat. Not a tiny little kitten type, but like a big honking cat that you suspect was prowling after the critter that the goshawk was supposed to get. And she just kind of shakes her head and laughs about it in good natured, because Mary absolutely does not let her lie and say that is who she sent the hawk after. But it is the most impressive catch of the morning. And Desmara just laughs, this perfect reach maiden laugh. And she's like, "Ox goes where ox wishes to." And you notice that upon return, Ox lands like 5 feet away and like makes eye contact with her, and then starts to eat the cat. Instead of returning it to her directly, Ox is like, "Fuck you," and eats the prey instead of bringing it to her immediately. So Ox gets in about 3 good heckin' chomps to make it clear that he is a strong, independent goshawk and he don't need no woman. And then he returns to the, big, bulky leather gauntlet. And all of them have their own hawking gauntlet and, the bracer type of thing. But they're all very fancy, right? Like none of them are rude leather stuff. They've all got dye work on them and like ivy stamped and painted trim around the edges, and it's all fancy jewelry level stuff so that it still manages to look quite impractical while doing a very practical job of don't let your arm get torn to shreds by that raptor. But it's all very fancy stuff. So, yeah, they were fucking killing it on 3d6 each. That was a pretty good morning for them. So again, that's the abstract for like the whole morning. So while that's going on, who is striking up what conversations with that backdrop of the actual hawking, where you are mostly kind of taking turns. It's a little dangerous to send the same hawk after, send two hawks after the same prey. So it's it's kind of like bowling. You're waiting your turn, and then calling your target type stuff. So there's lots of time to just kind of socialize. So what socializing is going on? Any particular conversating that people are up to?
Do you want to go first?
I was going to say you should go first because this is very much you're in your realm now.
Then I will. I just don't want to. I don't want anything to. I don't want you to forget if you want to talk to someone specific, because I do that.
Like I have like two people in my agenda, and like they can go anywhere. So I'm quite happy for you to lead on this one.
All right, then. Then I will start by focusing on Miss not Aunt, but Jana, Lady Jana.
She is Willis's aunt.
Yes,
But yeah, like not.
she's Willis's aunt.
Yes, she is a daughter of Olenna Tyrell. She is by far the youngest daughter, but yeah, she is directly a daughter to Lady Olenna. So, all right, she's hanging out.
I will, just kind of allow my horse to drift next to her, and nodding and smiling at everything that's going on out there. She has a red-tailed hawk, and it doesn't matter. I can try to dress it up as much as I like, but I drift. Yes, I'm drifting. I'll just like look at her and kind of gauge her a bit, and then you were you had the benefit of being raised in Highgarden, correct?
Yeah, it's quite lovely this time of year, but the landscape's very different than here. Wyvern's Rest is far prettier than we would have been led to believe.
It's all desert and rock. Indoor.
That does tend to be the part that makes it into the stories.
There's plenty of rock, and there's plenty of sand in between. We have vistas such as this, not out. Obviously, we, just as the rest of Westeros does, depends on the Reach for a lot of our sustenance for our peoples, which has contributed to the wealth, ongoing and growing wealth of your families.
Every house serves the seven realms as it may.
Suppose then that we have served already, and that we've put down one attempt at an uprising, and hopefully struck fear in the hearts of anyone who might have been considering such treachery.
Indeed, and it was you Nymerians that led the whole army. Is that right?
Baela, my sister.
Oh, how scandalous! She gives us a approving little clap.
She's my right hand, and she led our armies into battle. I had a cavalry unit that rode with. Who else has had a cavalry? I think my brother also had a cavalry unit.
Lucerys was famously in the middle of like 9 cavalry charges.
Yes, he had a cavalry.
Yeah.
He's got,
And
yeah, and in the battle itself, we commented kind of a lot about the mass battle rules. A lot of units get one shot in those rules,
Yeah.
and Lucerys was like, "I charge." Oh, all my men are dead. Like the same round.
Yeah,
was just-
Luke went in, about 5 other groups went in, and at the very end of it, Luke climbed on another horse and
Yeah,
was still
it was,
alive, but badly hurt.
Yeah, it was kind of a mess. But yeah, Edric Dane led a cavalry unit, as I recall.
Yeah. Lord, I don't call him that out loud, but I call him Little Lord Edric in my head all the time.
Babe, you're really
So-
tough.
It was myself, Lucerys, Lord Edric, and
Sir Oris was the other
Sir Oris had,
nominal
but
cavalry
didn't
leader.
also Barrick, Lord Dondarrion also had a cavalry unit.
I think he was leading footmen, but that might be Balin Swan. Let me check now, I guess.
No, it was him. It was because at
Was it?
one point he brought his unit in to kind of bolster mine and keep it from shattering.
I believe you. Yeah, it was a mess, though. This is where we go with this. There's lots.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter what I've read Maester's descriptions of historic battles, and I'm beginning to think that at least a good portion of it is just supposition, which is a quiet way, politer way of saying made up, because I'm not sure who could have tracked all of that. It was chaos. But Baela tracked it all and got it and told us, gave us our orders. It worked out pretty well. If I do say so myself.
Well, indeed. And thank the Seven that all 4 of you managed to return safely.
I did. And we're Marshall House. It's just a different brand of Marshall than what I have seen. I have seen, obviously. Okay, let me clarify this. Garland, Sir Garland is Sir Willis' brother, which makes Olenna his grandmother, which makes Lady Janna his aunt, also.
That is correct.
All
She
right.
is the aunt to Willis, Garland, Marjorie, Loras.
I've now had the pleasure of seeing, Sir Garland in tourney mode, and he is a force to be reckoned with. What'd you say?
That he's a babe.
He is a babe, but I didn't say that.
Right, sorry, got a bit too much in character there.
Indeed. My nephews do the house proud.
Here, you notice all of us are warriors in our own ways. I took to the field in the melee and in the trial by 7, which we proved our house innocent of charges leveled against us by lower than snakes.
And thank the Seven for that also.
Yeah, they got tilt.
What I'm trying to do here is I am not like the other ladies that live in Highgarden, that have been raised in Highgarden.
She waits for you to have a point, perhaps. Like she just seems to be like,
Mhm.
This is accurate.
Yes.
And yet there is talk of a betrothal between myself and your other nephew.
my other nephew,
Yeah.
the one that couldn't make
one-
it. Yes,
The one I haven't mentioned yet.
indeed. So there's talk, you say, talking rumors, no doubt.
I don't know. Are
Yeah.
there?
I think, my dear, that you are dwelling over much on the ways that you and a blushing reach maiden might not be the same. Hmm?
Hmm. More like I am planning ahead to determine my best route to success in the Reach.
I know that my mother would not be entertaining your grandfather's notions if she did not think that you were more than capable of seducing not only my other nephew, but charming all the rest of us in your own spicy Dornish pepper way. I am sure that you will do fine in the Reach. The Reach may not do fine with you in it at first, but, and she tosses her head over towards Desmara and Mary and Alisane. She goes, give them time, and I'll think that you'll see we can grow a few wild flowers of our own.
I sure hope so. We will need as many wildflowers as we can get moving forward, I believe.
It's up to the gardener to decide what's a weed and what isn't. And you've been making a good impression.
So for your mother's daughter.
Yeah.
Do you say that part? Or was
Yes.
it? Okay. Uh, she gives you a grin. I am more like her than my brother, I think. But alas, as we are not Dornish, such is the way of things. But yes, look at the influence that you've already had on my niece Desmara and our dear friend Mary. Though I think with Mary, not much influence was needed so much as a slip of permission. But
A little bit of it.
but even the girls, and she just refers to the other three Reach maidens that have often been lumped together that way, right? It's the
Right.
three blushy and giggly. Are they 14? I want to say, yeah, all of them are 14. It's Alla, Eleanor, and Mega. And she's like, and even the girls who insisted on staying behind with that blue bard fellow, uh, they're really all quite smitten with you. And so was Garland, and I do not doubt, of course, that my other nephew will be every bit the same. He absolutely slaved away over that silly letter, you know.
Oh.
You mentioned that in the letter.
He has written communications on behalf of the Warden of the South and Lord of the Reach as my brother's heir, with far less care, thought, and nervous energy than he put into whatever it was he scribbled for you.
Oh. So romantic.
I find myself anticipating meeting your other nephew
That's now his official name.
with a bit more excitement than I was expecting to feel.
Well, shall I hurry home at the end of this tourney and tell him something about quivering loins? And she looks all like scandalously excited, like Dornish women are supposed to talk about that sort of thing. And you could tell she's playing it up for comedy, but like she's still feeling very scandalous at just being allowed to say that.
The heart is the only thing that should quiver right yet.
Well, I'll tell him his loins should be quivering, though. I will repeat to him the tales of your beauty brought to you by young Garland.
Excellent. It makes me so happy to know that Lord Garland has been talking about me.
Well, Mother insisted that he tell. I believe her phrase for you was acceptable, which, believe me, not everyone gets.
That is pretty high praise for Elena, actually.
Oh, I can just hear it. Well, that is high praise indeed, and I will cherish that. But I think I should stop there.
Before there's any more talk of frothy loins.
Nobody said frothing. Let's not
sorry.
bring that into it.
Yeah.
So it is now.
Oh, damn it. Awesome. Awesome. I gotta write a letter.
But
She
yeah,
definitely
she looks absolutely excited at being the bearer of firsthand gossip this way, like being a link in the chain instead of being on the sidelines. She's like, I am directly going to get to speak to my nephew about this young lady, and like she just seems really, really excited about that.
She doesn't live in Highgarden. She lives in wherever Fossaway is.
Yes, but
Federal?
yeah, she lives with the Fossways
Hall.
of New Barrel. She married into the Green Apple Fossaways.
Right.
She's married to Sir John, who is in charge of the house. But she's still a Tyrell by birth, so she still probably spends most of her time in Highgarden, right? And you know, like the Tyrells have a lot of direct blood relations among their bannermen, more than a lot of other houses. So yeah, she's still definitely in that inner circle with House Tyrell. So she will be returning to Highgarden, you do not doubt.
Yes. Well, I will make sure that the letter I write back is properly scintillating.
Would the heir to House Nymerian have someone in mind already to carry that letter for her?
I was thinking it might be prudent to put it in the safe and delicate hands of my possible potential fiance betrothed's aunt.
Well, I happen to be on very good terms with her.
Because I know that Lady Olenna is very positive about this match. But she has a way about her that can really just sap the romance right out of anything.
I don't know. I thought when she described grandfather as limp as a rope, it was very romantic.
I have heard that perhaps the name Nymerian fixes that about her a bit.
Not the name.
She's been spending quite a bit of time in a certain solar, and it isn't your youngest brothers that I'm referring to.
Yeah, that would
Babe,
be
you're not-
terrifying. I hope she
You're
never
not
comes
coming
to my
through
solar.
again.
Said, we are well aware. We have been keeping a close eye on our grandfather these last, well, months. And I have been actually, we have been very, very pleased to have Lady Olenna here, not just to host her and you all, you, the family, but seeing the way, the effect that she has on grandfather has really lightened our spirits.
Well, it has been quite some time since my Lord Father's accident, and I can assure you that at no time in my living memory has she mentioned with any warmth or affection any man's name, until there was the slightest hint of approval upon mentioning Makey. So,
Oh, little Mikey. I'd forgotten about that.
babe,
I had
you're
it.
really not.
It haunts my dreams.
You're not coming through, babe. Like you're
I don't know
sensitivity
why.
is way off or something.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
maybe
not
because
sure
your
why. I
microphone-
apologize.
I think your microphone maybe keeps getting a bit far from your face.
Well, because when it's too close, I get yelled at for blowing into the microphone.
Because you blow into the microphone.
Now, children.
Anyway, I do believe that when it comes to machinations and plotting and knowing everything, she and my grandfather are very well matched in a terrifying way.
Indeed. Perhaps it's best for the realm that their young pairing did not work out.
Can you imagine? I think this whole landmass would be under their thumbs.
Some say it is anyway. But did you know that when she spent all yesterday morning in that solar, she specifically requested that the Blue Bard join them? The girls were all crushed. But yes, she said that they needed some music.
I did not know that.
So, it would appear that the Highborn and the Warden of the Stoneway might be something akin to a good influence on the Queen of Thorns.
Well, she might be a good influence on him because we have all thought that he has been locked away in there working this whole time instead of enjoying himself and having fun. And now we know the fun has come to him.
Yeah, now we
You
know
hear
why
that,
he
Adam?
Sorry,
Good.
what? Yes, Rhaena, I agree. Yeah, like once he's kind of beckoned to me, I'll trot over. Yes, sister.
Lady Janet will go, young Lord Adam. And she
Lady
gives
Janet?
you a little seated in the saddle curtsy.
Well, I will give her a seated in the saddle bow.
I believe it was the bit about the blue bard that got your sister all excited. But apparently word had not reached the young scions of House Nymerian. But Watt, the blue bard, was specifically summoned to your grandfather's solar the other morning by my lady mother.
Oh, well, I think one can possibly extrapolate what that might mean.
He hasn't just been working this whole time and ignoring everybody.
Well, yes, now I suppose I feel rather bad for scolding him for not leaving his solar yesterday.
You didn't.
Well,
She gives
I mean,
the scandal.
well, I suppose scolding is perhaps a strong word. It was maybe a light berating about him not joining us and about him sending back his food uneaten and things like that. Perhaps because he's preoccupied. Yes, that's a very good word for it. Well, I suppose it's. I will presume that they are happy, and that is a good thing. And perhaps it means he'll be in a good mood later when I go to talk to him.
She hasn't said a word to us about what they've been up to in that stuffy old solar. But she hasn't been complaining incessantly to the lot of us about whatever they've been up to in that stuffy old solar either. Which silence is often high praise from my lady mother.
I mean, I would hypothesize some manner of billing and cooing like a pair of turtle doves.
I find that rather unlikely.
Rhaena laughs so hard she almost falls off her horse.
But perhaps simply the two of them not actively berating each other for hours at a time itself speaks volumes.
Yes, perhaps. They certainly seem to enjoy each other's company.
Or at least to not actively dislike one another's
Yeah.
company.
Yes, I suppose she hates him a little less than everyone else.
Which, after a certain level of experience and wisdom, she very carefully does not say age, right? She says after a certain level of experience and wisdom is quite akin to fondness.
Quite akin to fondness.
Yes, that fondness can look like a number of different things to the outside observer.
That's funny.
Lady Janna looks a little serious and thoughtful for a moment. She goes, I wonder, on the topic of fondness, young Addam,
Oh, fuck.
and she
Oh, you stumbled into it.
she nods her head a little bit to the side towards young Alisane. She goes,
Oh,
Oh no, that was not my intention.
I have been given to her, or I have heard that there was a conversation the other day.
you'll have to be more specific. I have many conversations in a day.
You are being deliberately obtuse.
One with
What did you say? So you tell me not to be obtuse. All right, okay, sorry.
Specifically, I heard that you had a discussion with the Lady of Black Crown.
Yes, she was kind enough to join me for a walk in the gardens the other night. She's a very pleasant young lady.
Indeed, though I'm given to understand that your walk in the garden was perhaps not as fruitful as a young lady might have wished.
You do not mess around in getting to the point, my lady.
Oh, I've waited days, she said with an impish little smile.
Well, she's very charming and pleasant, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity to get to know her a little better, but having done so, I do not believe that I am the right husband for her.
Indeed. She told me that that's rather how the conversation went. I just wanted to thank you, young lord, for your kindness in delivering the news to her.
Oh,
Of course, it is never... I would be mortified to have done any harm. And in fact, if there is anything I can do to help find her a suitable match, I would be happy to assist. I want her to be happy.
I don't believe my lady mother is terribly likely to be taking your advice in such matters.
Perhaps not, but there are things that men will say in the presence of other men that they would not say in the presence of ladies that, as a man, I may be privy to, that would help inform the young lady of which men are of best character.
It may. My lady mother was a good deal more upset than young Alysain. I think her life has changed enough this last year. I believe the Lady of Blackcrown was rather relieved to at least not be betrothed just yet, even if it would be to a lord as handsome and gentle as yourself.
You flatter me, but really, I if I'm honest, I share her relief somewhat. It was the expectation of marriage was sprung on me rather suddenly at the start of the week. So, yes, it's perhaps a little soon for me too. But I do hope that it's clear that I think very highly of Lady Alating, and I am at her service if there's anything I can do for her.
She is a sweet lass.
She is.
I would warn, however, that if your Lord Grandfather and my Lady Mother are as similar as we both suspect, your grandfather is not done trying to find you a match. I would
I'm
steel
certainly.
yourself, young lord.
Sorry?
Steel yourself, young lord.
Yes, I shall. And the week is not yet out, so we shall see what happens.
Indeed. And here she leans in gossipy again, instead of leaning in antly and warmly, right? She's just got a little bit different posture. She leans in towards the pair of you and she goes, I also heard that your brother had a bit of a talk with our Mary.
Well, yes. I think, to my mind, Luke had the hardest decision of all, in that his potential matches were all very much his type.
Really excellent.
Yes.
I've been given to understand that his type is a rather broad category. But I'm sure that no insult was intended.
No, I mean, they are all very strong and spirited and not afraid to have a little fun, and that's very much the kind of person that is good for Luke, brings out the best in him. But I think he didn't make the decision lightly. I think it genuinely pained him to turn Mary down. And for my part, personally, I think I would have preferred if he had picked her. But it's not me.
Well, she says with faint disapproval as she kind of looks over towards Velena Telrin, hanging out with the other Dornish warrior women. She goes, I suppose that regional favorites abound, but I, for one, think Mary is a fine young lady, and I do hope that mother is able to find her another match. Perhaps
I'm sure that she will make her future husband very happy if in a different time I might have been able to help with that, but well, I think what really made the difference for Luke was seeing Velena joust. I think that's what rather put an end to his prevaricating.
Well, if that was all he liked, he might have taken Loris for a walk in the garden. So I think there's more to it than that.
I'm listening against the idea.
I mean, combined with her other qualities. Oh dear, I'm making a mess.
Indeed. Perhaps it was the deciding factor.
Yes,
But-
that's rather what I meant.
Loris is pretty.
Adam was trying not to like blush at the notion of a walk in the garden with Loris. Just like,
It's like, ha ha ha, boys do that? What?
What? That's crazy.
Do you think Loris would like that? I mean, if Luke asked him, or just whoever, some other name.
Or whatever, maybe another brother or whatever.
yeah. I mean, just to see what would happen, you know.
Just kidding, unless he's down. So yeah,
Just kidding, unless.
but she sits upright and very prim and proper again. She goes, but I did hear that your brother was every bit the gentleman that you were. So, while you men are talking about things that we women aren't meant to hear, if it comes up, let him know that the gentility he showed while letting young Mary off the hook was much appreciated.
I will let him know. In fact, a conversation that we had shortly before he made his final decision, I like to think somewhat helped that I made it clear to him that he was to let her down gently and under no circumstances break her heart. So he seems to have done what I asked him to.
Well, especially if he was within both.
What the fuck?
I do not doubt there's wisdom in his following your advice.
Yeah, I think Luke
I feel like I thrown her a bus just now.
Luke may give the outward impression of a bit of a cad and a bounder, but I think he's actually a bit of a romantic at heart.
Well,
Yeah.
I suppose that the Lady Velena would be the one that finds that out in the long run. I'm sure that the mother and the maiden will smile upon Mary in no time. She just needs to find the right sort of man.
I certainly think she at least needs to find someone who isn't afraid of a spirited woman like her. She's delightful, but I fear that some may not appreciate her gifts.
If she were
As
to
they
marry,
should.
if she were to marry one of Sir Parman's friends, yes, I think there would be problems at Red Lake. But she'll find someone, I don't doubt, who doesn't mind her dragon pepper of a tongue.
Yes, well, I would have worded it as I hope that she'll find someone as interesting as she is.
Oh, Seven help us if she ever does. They're children.
Fruit of that union. Woo!
On to other unions, and she kind of turns in the saddle and pointedly glances towards Baela. I had heard that your sister shan't be marrying into the Reach.
That's correct.
Mm.
We're bringing a Stormlander into our fold.
Yes, but
Most
laying
unexpected.
smoothing over the age-old feud with the Stormlands with the joyful bonds of marriage.
That grey steel is comely enough, but I think perhaps he is a well-educated oaf. I've heard good things about this Balin Swan, and you lot rode on campaign together, didn't you? All that Vulture King business?
Indeed, he fought beside us and was fantastic. He is a stalwart man and an exemplary knight.
Oh, Baela, tell him how he asked for your hand.
You got the collar over.
I
Sounds
don't
like
think-
Bailey's getting
Oh,
hollered
sorry, I
over.
thought she was right there. Sorry, my.
Bailey, you ever feel like people are talking about you?
all the time, and it's all good things.
Oh, okay, and like it's like Adam would is Adam's like maybe gonna like peel off to like go and find Enos or Iris, so he'll like wave Baela over to kind of tag team out.
Oh, it seems I'm being called over somewhere.
Uh,
I will
he'll-
talk to you later,
he'll-
brother.
if you'll excuse me, ladies, there's another conversation that requires my attention. It was delightful speaking with you, Lady Jana.
And you, young lord. Adam the archer. Off he goes. And she gives you this little titter.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
So I will join my sister and Lady Jana.
And Lady Jana gives you that little a saddle curtsy again. Goes, I see you were fetched by the young archer himself. We were only just talking about what a fine match you and that Baelan swan are.
Oh yes.
We
Have you
thought
seen him? Oh my gosh. And the way he fights too.
That jawline of his is rather hard to miss.
we thought Lady Jana might
from stone.
chiseled from stone. That's him. We thought Lady Jana might enjoy hearing the story of his proposal.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So there we are. We're chasing after the butcher. There's one of the big lieutenants for the Vulture King, and let me tell you, he doesn't get that name for no reason. He's a big, hulking giant of a man, and we're wading down into one of his caves where him and his barbarian of a horde of men stayed to, attack the innocent people who live there in the wilderness, and so we were cleaning up their band of brigands, and we're the four Nymerian siblings and I and Balin Swan and Oris, Sir Oris. The six of them.
Out of character, there was Alisane.
Oh, and Alicent.
Not Oris.
You're right.
Yeah,
Lady Alicane Mormont.
Alicane Mormont.
It was like 6 months ago now, with real time. Yeah.
We were clearing out the cave, and they just kept running right into us. They just kept like it was a funnel, and they just kept popping out of these tunnels right where we were. So we made a big defensive stand, shields in the front, archers in the back, and they just would step up and we would kill them one by one, and blood was getting everywhere and arms were being hacked off, and then this giant of a man comes in. He could only have been the butcher, and I kid you not, he must have been at least another head taller than Sir Oris of all people, and he carried this giant axe. It was probably as tall as I was, if it was even 3 yards tall, and
So
it was swinging it like from behind his own men. He used to swing right over them and hitting us, and Adam kept loosing arrows into him. It didn't seem to really slow him one bit, and my spear kept jabbing him right in between the little gaps in his armor, and finally it was Balin's mace that no, they don't have a hammer or a mace. Morning Star. This big Morning Star that finally, with the final blow, took down the big butcher, and at that moment, we were knee deep in blood and all sorts of disgusting, vile. And he gets down on one knee and asks me to marry him, and there was the most romantic thing I had seen ever. Of course, we had to not answer right then, and we had to get families involved. As the natural way of things, but that's how he presented his case to me.
after defeating the butcher.
Well, you fierce Dornish women, And she's now got like a, haha, what the fuck? Uh, but she's being like polite about it. But you can tell she's like,
The only lubricant we needed was the blood of our enemies.
That is not good lubricant, by the way.
Yeah, don't do that.
Uh,
I suppose against that stuffy old gray steel just didn't have a chance.
No,
Uh,
certainly not with the letter he wrote.
Still,
I don't mention the letter. No, it seems Balin certainly had a leg up amongst my suitors.
It would seem so. It must be hard to compete with.
Up and rested on the corpses of our enemies.
Well, my congratulations on the fine match. Houses Swan and Nymerian make formidable partners.
Thank you, Jana. I agree. Together we will boost the relations between our two houses and hopefully waylay some of the bad blood between our regions.
Indeed.
Exactly.
It's unfortunate, of course, that you won't be married into Old Town and close enough for us to visit, but perhaps your big sister will arrange for such social meetings instead.
I certainly hope so. I would love to journey up to and visit your part of Westeros. What I've heard is that it is very lovely, and I can't wait.
I believe my mother has plans to host some sort of wedding, even if young Addam did not play along to arrange for one to be held on behalf of Black Crown. Perhaps, or rather, I am certain, my lady mother will find someone to marry to someone as an excuse to invite the lot of you. And perhaps some more temperate air might do your lord grandfather some good.
that journey would be difficult, but I think it would be worthwhile. And then once he's there, he might choose to stay a little while.
I would think that since my lady mother has now made the journey from the Reach to Wyvern's Rest, pressing your grandfather to make the journey from Wyvern's Rest to the Reach might be a bit easier.
Yes, I think so as well.
I agree.
And there will be much back and forth between here and Highgarden in the future.
Well, we will certainly look forward to such a visit. And you'll get to meet Marjorie, and of course my other nephew would be there, and breathlessly waiting for your arrival.
Oh,
Lord Willis.
I see.
I love how like who gets called the other and other are totally the wrong order of like how old they are.
It's just the ones that it's in the order that you met them.
Like Garland is the nephew, even though he's the middle child, and then Loras is the other nephew, and poor Willis, who's the actual heir, is the other nephew.
He has plenty of other shining, I can't think of the word because I just went blank. Qualities that lift him from the chaff.
I just find it amusing that we were all just so dazzled by Garland that everyone else is secondary.
Disappointed that he was not able to come. More so now than I was in the beginning.
Well, my brother is, I believe, off in King's Landing now, and Mother was insistent that we not leave the Reach unattended. So Willis and Marjorie both stayed behind in Highgarden, and Garland's just a short ride away, so I doubt the place will fall apart while we're away. Oh, no, wait, she insisted they stay because my brother is in Highgarden.
Right.
Poor
I
Mace.
believe she said something about Lord Mace being present at home.
Poor man's doing his best.
He has a good heart, but his head for rulership is perhaps something to be desired. But all of my nieces and nephews are just sharp as razors and quick as whips. So I don't doubt that Highguard will be in fine shape upon our return.
Sure. Still harbor disappointment.
Oh, and I don't doubt, of course, that Willis was disappointed at not being able to make the journey also. But I'm sure your letter will help tide him over.
I hope so. Well, this letter better be awesome now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Well, you do know that you have siblings that are good with the words
It's
when
true.
they're on paper. When they're on paper, anyway. Not when they're in to be said out loud in the presence of someone attractive. Then it becomes and you like red.
Bye.
Ash writes a letter and he's just like, Lord Willis, go fuck yourself. Until my sister's arrival.
Wow.
But no, I'm just saying, like, out of character, if Rhaena wanted, you know, a sort of artistic help with the
I love
letter,
how
she
Ash
could
is,
totally get able to do that.
Ash is saying it like he's pretending he hasn't already written that letter like 5 times. You know,
I know. I've well, that's a top. That's absolutely a top. I have actually only ever written Addam's letters, but I have written many of them which you don't know about.
Shock.
Or at least I have mentioned but have not yet read in full on the stream.
all right. So, sorry,
Jada.
go ahead.
So, I take of Lady Jada.
You're breaking up.
None of those are words.
I am ready to politely take my leave of Lady Jana.
Okay. And again, the assumption is instead that over the natural course of the morning,
Which is
just-
kind of
you don't just abruptly go, I'm done talking to you, NPC.
right.
Right.
That's amazing.
Well, I am done with you.
Yeah, that's very much in the first wheelhouse to go, I'm done with you now, go away.
Yes, you may go. Let's jump over to the elder Nymerian brother. What's Luke been up to? Who's Luke? Who's Luke chatting up?
Luke is mostly hanging back, just kind of existing.
Not canoodling with Rhaena.
He's just stalking,
He's stalking.
just lurking in the underbrush.
He's taking out. He's probably taking off his ring mail because it's hot outside and no one's attacked us.
Took off his shirt. Everybody, he took off his
Shirt's
shirt.
still on for right now. Shirt's still on. Ring mail's off.
Ah,
So the shirt watch, just update that correctly. Shirt's still on. Ring mail off. No, he's probably talking with Lady Valena. I didn't have anything specific to ask her, but just tried to embarrass himself too much with the fact that he's real bad at hunting,
Keep your mouth shut.
which is probably obvious actually. So, love that.
She seems to have been making a point of not really hunting much. She seems to just kind of be watching over these soft reach maidens, kind of protectively. The same way that she and Obara didn't really take part in the race. Like, they're just probably, it seems like they're just kind of here because they were invited, and they do, you know, enjoy most of the Nymerian company and whatever. But they're not, like, she didn't bring a hawk. And maybe she just didn't plan on hawking this week, so she might have just left her hawk back, you know, home. But yeah, like,
I hawk.
she seems to just kind of be chilling and taking it easy. At some point during some of the giggling, she'll lean over and goes, I get the feeling that perhaps your sisters are talking to that buxom one about us. I mean, Dornish folk in general.
I just assume they're always talking about me, although I think you may actually be right in this case.
Seems like those northern girls are so easily impressed. They're so excited about just getting to ride their horse fast. What do they even do up there?
Not a lot, from what I can tell. A lot of waiting around, a lot of gossiping.
Is it really just all that stitch work?
I give her a shrug. I am as bemused and somewhat puzzled by it as well, although I'm a little more used to it. I'll be honest, when I was in King's Landing, the day-to-day life of various maidens is not something they tell random knights. A lot of, I don't know. It sounds boring.
It certainly looks that way. They just seem so excited at getting to be free, away from their husbands and away from their brothers and fathers. Ugh. Poor dears.
That's how they get you.
Off a leash, so to speak, I suspect.
Well, make no mistake. You aren't marrying one of them. Should we find ourselves together in marriage, I will not be eagerly escaping once or twice a year to dare to ride my horse rather quickly.
Lady Valeda, if I thought that was the case, I would not marry you. Tell me, what is it you want? Just in general. Goals, I guess. Plans. These questions come to me sometimes. I don't know if I have answers to them.
Well, assist my mother as much as I can in the stewardship of Ghost Hill, until it falls to me to see to the needs of my people instead, and to the needs of the Prince of Dorne, and above him, the King of the Seven Kingdoms. But thing in particular, simply to live life well, drink of it deeply. Not taking dainty sips until my lord husband isn't watching.
And then have a nice, refreshing gulp and giggle about it.
For years, yes.
No, I don't imagine so. I don't know what I want. Those things, of course, but I don't know. Well, yes, I am under no illusion that you are a dainty reach maiden. Do not suspect that.
Good.
While they're nice girls, I think I would get rather bored.
Oh, are you saying I'm a mean girl?
Yes, a tyrant, I hear. You know, I didn't mean to mention it, but the other day, a small folk from Ghost Hill, he had fled and was poor thing, parched from the desert sands, and barely made it to Wyvern's Rest, and just talking about how poorly treated all the small folk there are from the evil tyrants that you and your mother apparently are.
Yes, we're the ones with the maddening Valyrian blood.
Right. So we put him to death, you know, as you do. I'm gonna give her a smile.
She just gives you a kind of wry, sideways grin.
Oh, the banter. Classic bants.
You know, he's the fifth one we had to put down this year. You should really get a better grip of your people.
Mhm.
I don't know why they're coming all the way to our castle, to be honest. It's pretty far.
It certainly isn't the company.
Well, I think you have heard too many rumors about me that are untrue. That's why you say that.
Well, you did just say you've been executing them.
Yeah, right. Well, they should have done their place. These poor hypothetical small folk.
Mhm.
It's imaginary. Small.
No, I don't. I don't. I could bring myself to harm somebody like that, to be honest. Though I also don't suspect we have too many refugees from Ghost Hill either, so I don't think it's going to come up.
Wyvern's Rest has a headsman, just as Ghost Hill does, but I doubt either of us need to use them as often as your average Mad King heiress, let's say.
Yeah. And let's hope it never comes to something like that.
Indeed.
If, I don't suspect there'll be an issue, but if I ever show such signs, stop me.
I've got the poison ready already, dear.
Oh, that was a little quicker than I had imagined. Maybe a little uncomfortably quick, but good.
That's how assassinations work. You're not supposed to expect them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't really think she's real big on initiating conversation in my head. So, like, I'm trying to think of, like, anything else that she particularly wants to talk about. And just out of character, I'm kind of not. She seems more the, I just happen to be posing here type.
I mean, Robert, you could let her know that your brother no longer requires your services.
I mean, but what if you then do? I have to go back and go, oh, okay, bad news again.
I mean,
How about we just let that? I'm just gonna let that conversation just fade away for a while. Hope it never comes up.
I just thought like last time you were like, "Oh man, Adam, why didn't you tell me?" And I'm like, "You never fucking asked me."
Yeah, Lucerys is like trying to guess what Adam's up to. I'm giving up on that. So
Well,
we're just gonna let things simmer.
That's fair.
Can't believe you made me do that.
I mean, certainly, like at this point, like Adam should have probably found one or both of the ladies he's looking for.
Yeah, so let's jump over to Adam. Which one are you looking for first? Like, they're all just, everyone's just kind of here.
It's house business. So.
Alrighty. Yeah, so Lady Enos is there. She's not much different from what, like, Obara Sand and Velena Toland are doing. And that she doesn't seem to actually be here to be doing much hawking.
Sure.
She's just like, no, like, I'm already like a pretty cool Dornish warrior woman. This isn't scandalously exciting for me. I'm just here to kind of socialize and get away from the sausage fest a little bit. And because turning down an invitation from House Nymerian is unnecessary and rude.
Yeah, she's one of the people that Adam personally invited, like, specifically. So it would also be a rude way to not talk to her.
Yeah. So yeah, she's just kind of hanging out, enjoying a pretty mild morning and watching these younger and frailer girls having a good time. Rather, somewhere between protectively and bemusedly, right? The same sort of thing. That sort of vibe. So yeah, she's just hanging out.
Lady Enos, might we speak a moment?
Indeed, we might.
So I guess I'll kind of bring my horse to be kind of walking in step with hers. I had hoped to ask your advice actually regarding regarding your sister, Lady Gwyneth.
She looks a little careful. Like, oh, okay, we're going right to serious stuff, right? Okay.
Sorry, I was conscious at the time and didn't want to.
That's fine. It's all good. She goes, of course.
Also, kind of the main other thing, like, I mean, what am I going to write up and go? I'm sorry, we killed your dad.
It might have been.
And your brother.
It might have been nice to hear.
Technically, Baela killed her dad, so.
Yeah, but, like.
Technically.
Oh no, wait, oh, it was her uncle that I personally murdered. So, but yeah.
Oh, and her brother. Yeah, you killed her brother.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, no, that wasn't me.
I thought you got the killing shot on that
He
chase
did.
scene.
Right, I've gotten mixed up of who was the uncle, who was the brother. Was Cletus her brother?
Her
Because
brother
I thought he was her uncle.
No, that was the heir to Ironwood.
Oh.
So yeah, that was her brother that you
I mean,
killed.
right. Like, I mean, now that you mention it,
Left in
like,
a
I should
ditch.
probably. I will wind back then if
It's-
that's.
It's fine if you want to. You don't
It
have
seems like a
to.
really awkward thing to open a conversation with. I could.
Yeah, no, it's you don't need to. Like,
So
you
which one of your roles cyber again?
can't keep them all straight.
Right,
um,
it was purely an out of character decision because I noticed what time it was and didn't want to.
Yeah,
hold
no,
things.
no,
That's
it's fine.
Purely all it was.
Remember that, and you have spoken with her since killing her brother.
Yeah,
Because
so
she was at the siege for. She was
Yeah,
at the
so-
siege of House Ironwood, so you
So
could
yeah,
have already had that awkward conversation.
yeah, that sounds plausible given that like Adam has a guilty conscience a lot of the time, so would have probably been apologizing profusely multiple times in the interviewing.
So it's like it's fine. You talk to her about Gwyneth. Is a-okay.
Well, as you know, we're my house is charged with helping to find a suitable match for her, and I wanted to ask you if you have any thoughts about that, if anyone comes to mind in particular. It's important to me that we pick the best possible match for her. So I thought, as someone who has her well-being very close at heart, that you would be one of the best people to ask.
I appreciate you asking for my input, Lord Adam. I know that Father had been talking to a few lords, but I also know that following up on any of those would be a political mistake.
They're potentially tricky, certainly.
And that they would no longer wish to show such interest. The ones that were interested in marrying Gwyneth in my father's name were doing so for political reasons that died with him.
That makes sense.
So it might be easier for me to supply you a list of those not to reach out to. But honestly, and she just kind of gestures in the general direction of Wyvern's Rest, I would ask that you not host a tournament and give her away as a prize, but the way that you're doing this is more decent than one might have expected for Lady Iris. And the fact that she will have her choice of several suitors come week's end is more than many young ladies get. So I'm sure that House Nymerian will not do wrong by my sister, regardless of the fact that our father did wrong by you.
I appreciate that. And if it means anything at all, the format of the tourney is in some ways, in many ways, my grandfather's making, and it is admittedly not the manner of choosing a match that I would personally favour, but it has drawn many suitors to Wyvern's Rest, so we did our best to try and balance giving Lady Iris a choice with the traditional method.
Sorry, just out of character, I'm thinking about how much Adam would probably actually love it if there was a tourney to find his marriage match. He'd be like, I bet everything on Oris again. I
Well, I mean that would be nice if
just,
that was allowed,
I'm
Rusty.
just saying, like all of Adam's favorites would actually do really good at tourneys. So
Yeah,
he'd be like, oh no,
I mean, it's almost a shame that none of them love him back.
you don't know that for sure.
Well, okay, no one has made it known.
in that way. So,
yes, yes. My uncle was quite clear about not climbing the tall tree.
Yeah.
Even if it's a big meaty oak tree. But yeah,
I don't remember the Red Viper saying meaty. I feel like
okay, that's yeah. So
she just gives another nod that yes, House Nymarion's been more than fair in how you've handled this affair, and she kind of nods over towards Iris. If you're looking for specific suggestions, the only one that comes to mind would be Sir Garrus, off the top of my head, as I've been away from Ironwood for some time, but he and I rather grew up together. And out of character, she's like 5 years older than Garrus.
Yeah.
She's like, like mid-20s-ish. But
Yeah,
and he was always a decent lad. He is a bit older than Gwyneth, but she could certainly do worse.
From the time that I've spent with Sir Garrus, he has always struck me as a decent and honourable man, and that does strike me as a good suggestion. And I think when the man is honourable and decent, a bit of an age difference is there's a little more wriggle room, because I know that he would treat her well. And also he's House Drinkwater was once House Ironwood's banner, so he has a knowledge of Ironwood and the closeness to it that others lack.
Indeed. And as he is now your bannerman, you could solve the issue rather neatly by keeping Gwyneth in-house, as it were, which could also be expected by some of our more cunning and ruthless neighbors, and that you would be keeping her close.
Well, I certainly hope that whatever match actually does occur, that our houses might still be friends. Or at least not have any ill will between us.
I worry that friends may be overselling it until Gwyneth is older. She witnessed our siege from the wrong side, and she may not yet have understood the severity of my father and my brother's crimes. But she is a good lass, and I don't think she will act upon any ill will for certain.
Yes, I'm embarrassed to confess I've not spoken to her very much, but from what I have observed, she seems like a pleasant young lady and has seen more unpleasantness than a lady of her age should.
And most of it brought upon her by our father. Well,
That I can only imagine how difficult it is to go through that.
I would not recommend it.
No, I don't imagine you would. I'm somewhat lucky in that the strife in my family ended before I was conscious of it. Well, I thank you for your insight, and I will think on your suggestion. I will speak with Sir Garrus. I think perhaps some of the challenge will be convincing him that he's worthy. He's sometimes frustratingly humble.
I don't doubt that he thinks himself worthy of some marriage match, but perhaps one to a girl who was once an Ironwood when that meant something, less so. But that just means he's more likely to take it seriously, I think.
I certainly don't think he would take such a thing lightly. But I'll sound him out. I'll see what I can do. I think it's a good suggestion, and I will follow up on it. Thank you for your time. Lady Eunice.
Now that I know you are amenable to such suggestions, I will give the matter more thought and perhaps write you after my return, and also see what Lord Ryan might have to think.
Certainly, you're very welcome to. I'd be delighted to hear more thoughts if you have them.
And she says that bit kind of carefully, and is, reading like, okay, no, he seems sincere about this. Like, okay, cool. So she seems like a little, so she seems
And
fine.
we at least have the advantage that Gwyneth is still quite young, so there is a bit of time on our hands. It's not an immediate rush, so we have time to make a considered and informed decision.
It just occurred to me that if you were interested in keeping Gwyneth close to family instead of to your family, I am given to understand that young Damon plans to become a sworn sword to our house when he's done squiring for your uncle.
Oh,
And a bastard could do worse than a match to a trueborn highborn lady, and a graced highborn girl could do worse than a match to young Damon.
certainly, that is an interesting thought.
That is not a terrible idea.
It's definitely not a terrible idea. It's actually a pretty good one.
And given Ryan's son's closeness with your uncle and his proximity to the Prince of Dorne, that may also help ameliorate any lingering concerns of treachery being a matter of blood.
Certainly, and again, I do not know him well, but what I know of Damon Sand is that he's fine and upstanding young man and is going to make an excellent knight someday.
And is almost as handsome as his father, she says. Because remember, Damon Sand is startlingly handsome, but she's married to his dad, But
yeah. Well, I would love to agree with you, but I'm afraid I have never laid eyes on Sir Ryan.
He was there at the siege, but
Oh shit!
it's a big army, so you probably.
I'm afraid I've only laid on your husband at a distance, but I'm sure you're very correct.
As accurate and well placed an answer as would be expected from Adam the Archer, and she gives you a bit of a grin. But yes, I do appreciate you asking, and I will give the matter some thought.
Thank you, my lady. If you don't mind, I should take my leave. I have business with Lady Iris as well.
Off you go then.
Enjoy the rest of the hawking.
I will. It's a little chilly today, but the Northerners seem to like it. It's just
I would be happy
it's-
to. I would be happy to lend you my cloak if it would help.
gallant lad. No, thank you.
Very well, my lady. Well, it looks like the clouds might break and allow some warm sunshine in before long, anyway.
And let you and your cloak be resplendent when it happens. Off you
Thank
ride.
Yeah, so, you'll trot off at that.
All right.
Yes.
Did anybody else want to sneak in before we do Iris and Adam? I know Baela hasn't really gotten to like take point on a conversation. She was just summoned to one about her.
She
So I want to.
Baela doesn't
I'm cool.
have too many conversations she wants to be on point at here. So
Okay.
she's mostly just
I didn't-
floating around having very
Superficial discussions with people, or
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
and that which is fine. I just wanted to give the opportunity, if not, to let different people show initiative conversationally, if they wanted to. So, yeah, we will stay with Adam then, and head over to the Lady Iris Dannett,
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be short, but
who just then is largely sitting by herself. Some of the Reach Maidens are all over cooing at the fat hair that Janna Fossaway's Red Tail just took in like 2 minutes after she got done talking to your sisters. Is when she makes that big catch. So they're all over there making appropriately impressed but also mildly grossed out commentary. And Valena Tolan's over there talking to your brother. Obara and Elia are chatting with Sorella, who's pulling a rabbit off an arrow.
Yes.
So it looks like she's been doing some hunting of her own. So
Here's-
yeah, Iris is just kind of sitting alone for the moment.
By the way, all the game is being gathered up and like tagged with a different color ribbon for each whoever got it, kind of thing. And then it's being put on like I don't know, a pack horse or something, so that the ladies don't have to have corpses hanging off their horses through all
well, I
the.
can imagine
Okay.
we've probably got squires or like servants
Yeah,
or something.
they're handling all that crap, but that's
Yeah,
the
there's
plan.
Sure.
Because if nothing else, there's usually someone who brings the birds in their little cages before you let them out. So
Yeah.
we don't just carry them around on our arm the whole time.
No, you're stuck with them the whole time. You wanted a hawk, you take care of it. Yeah.
Just carried him the whole way.
Yeah.
Adams is just picking his head all the time.
So yeah, there's Iris Dannett sitting alone for the moment.
Lady Iris, may I join
Oh.
you?
Good morning, Lord Adam, and yes,
morning.
you may, of course.
Are you not particularly into hawking?
I have been rather distracted of late.
That is understandable. I'm grateful that you joined us though.
I'm grateful for the excuse. Rather felt like a piece of meat hanging in a butcher shop window most of the week. It's nice to not.
I'm sorry that you felt that way.
It's
I'd hope that you're having a degree of choice in the matter might have assuaged that. I'm sorry that it hasn't.
It has. They're certainly more gracious about it than the patrons back in King's Landing were. But you learn to recognize when you're being sized up.
Oh.
Oh yeah, oof. I was just like,
That lied.
yeah. You
What do you-
should never have had to learn that lesson that way, but
But at least these are highborn lords and sirs and fancy young knights that are looking to buy instead of asking to rent. So, and she kind of flashes a disarmingly sunny smile in that practiced Westerosi woman way. So I can't complain too much.
About those your potential suitors, shall we call them? I was wondering if there were any that you had a preference for at this point. You see, I I have an interest in helping you find the best possible match, so I have been making a point of making as many observations as I can to gauge the character of these suitors so that I might be able to assist you in your decision.
Ah.
So if there's anyone that particularly interests you, I would be delighted to make investigations on your behalf. There are some things that I may be privy to that you might not be.
Perhaps you could convince that aurochs of yours to losing to Lord Renly when next they tilt, as I imagine being the Lady of the Stormlands would be a bit more comfortable than being the Lady of House Dannit.
And Renly is certainly very handsome and charming.
And
But
single and so available.
Shut your mouth.
but no, I've been trying not to set my heart on any particular visiting knight or lord, as it's more up to the 7 than it is to me, or perhaps I should say more up to the 5. It will come down to who are the champions on the final day, and I thought it perhaps best if I not size any of them up until closer to the end of the week.
Yes, I suppose it may be wise to not get too invested at this early stage. Though, if I hear or observe anything that speaks to low character among any of them, you'll be the first to know.
I appreciate that. I will admit I was not disappointed to see your brother fall.
Well, I think you were not alone in that, though there is someone who has my brother's affections, so you would not be in danger there.
I've heard there might be several, but I meant
Well,
more that I know. I understand Lucerys has been trying, but it feels like he has been trying, and I do not think we would make a good marriage match.
I can very much understand that. I know that he wants to try and make amends, but he can be a little bit much with it sometimes. He means well, though. I hope that you don't think too harshly of him for it.
I must admit that I am not disappointed that it will not be you or your brother at the end of the week that are likely to be among my choices.
Well, I mean, while I'm a passable jouster, passable is not good enough in this situation, and frankly, I'm I am not in a rush to get married, my lady.
Well, it would sound as though at least you have more say in it than I do.
You would be surprised, my lady, but I certainly, while I can only imagine what your situation is exactly like, I certainly sympathise with it. I also wanted to ask you a favour that's a little awkward, shall we say?
More awkward.
As I am a sworn bannerman to House Nymeria, I suppose you can ask me whatever you'd like.
Well, well, I mean, we don't know yet who's going to be in the final 5, but if if Sir Oris were to be in that final 5, I would consider it a great personal favour if you did not choose him.
The Aurochs.
Yes.
Well, I suppose we'll wait and see who is in the final 5 come week's end.
If there is something that you would want in exchange for that, I'm willing to hear a proposal.
I'm not certain that there's much you are in a position to give me.
Perhaps
But-
not now, but I would owe you a great debt. I suppose if you don't want to answer now, then you don't have to. But I would ask that you think on my request and understand that it is an earnest, desperate, and heartfelt one.
I will think on it, and I think I do understand it.
Thank you.
We shall
Melody.
see who are in the final 5 come week's end.
Ooh, should I steal your man?
Apparently.
Yes, well, I suppose given the circumstances, you would have every reason to ignore that, but I hope that the circumstances will allow you to respond favorably. And if
I have made no secret, Adam, of not being overly fond of my liege lords in House Nymerian. But I am not so petty a creature that I would pass up the chance to become the Lady of Night Song simply to marry some bastard hedge knight out of purely spite against you. We will see who are in the final 5 come week's end.
thank you, my lady. I should probably get back before they start gossiping about this conversation. So, I'll... yeah, just like it's just gonna quietly
It's like,
execute
so,
as politely as possible.
Deuces.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
good.
I'll stop.
Good talk. Yeah, good talk. Yes. I expect I shall see you later. You know where to find me if there's anything you require.
Indeed, and you know where to find me. On display for the rest of the week, as I recall.
Just like, what am I supposed to do with that?
And that's how I feel every time she opens her mouth.
Yeah, no, like, I'm in no way like
She-
when I was like talking about like I was in no way like criticizing. I was making it very clear that meanwhile you're doing your best, but that there's some situations that you can't fix by just being nice, unfortunately, and it's
No.
not your fault.
And
Um,
Adam is the smallest and weakest person that has presented themselves to her because, like, you just told her a way to hurt you. And, like, she grew up hating House Nymerian because that's why her people were hungry and her house was poor. And so she's just like, I need to think on this a little bit, but I can at least be a total bitch about it for a few minutes because I get to have power over a House Nymerian member. So yeah, she's just gonna.
I guess, even if she doesn't do it in the end, I guess she gets to hold that over my head for a few days and make me
She
squirm.
She just gets to, feel like she's in charge of someone else for the first time in a while.
I've
What
given
if
her
she
a
just
gift.
goes full bitch, marries a rich guy, but still, like, fucks Horus just to fucking stick it to you?
That would be horrible. Quite frankly, I would be super bummed out.
Yep, that would be awful.
Yeah, I feel like Adam has suffered enough.
I'm just saying she's being a total bitch right now.
The thing is though, like Adam's not gonna give her shit for it because she's absolutely like got the right to. And I think that's why I'm really stuck for like, what the fuck do I say to that? Because
You're like,
I'm like, yeah, I know. I can't really. I can't think of what Adam could do about that. And even if he asked, like, what do you want me to do about it?
Yeah.
She'd probably not have an answer for him.
Because what can you, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
she's just being bitchy because she
Yeah.
finally has somebody that she can be a little bit bitchy to. So
Yeah, so I think it'll probably be like some departing, like, as you say, my lady.
I like the character, but she's being a complete bitch right now.
It's not Adam's fault. This is not something that Ash did wrong. It's just
Yeah,
this is the first person she's gotten to be bitchy to in a while.
yeah, and Adam's gonna let her do it because, like, as far as he's concerned, it's a fair cop, and he's got no right to ask her to be otherwise. So he's, I guess, I suppose if I really went into, if it was really Adam being calculating, it might be like throwing himself at her mercy might like make her more sympathetic to him. But really, all it is like he's not got an awful lot of time to make that request, and he just kind of needs to get it out because it's.
And as she pointed out in a sarcastic ass way, remember that Oris isn't really a catch compared to most of these folks to a highborn lady that's not in love with him, right? Like, they're like, no one's gonna be like, yay, let's make that bastard hedge knight, like, or I could go marry Lord Bryce Karen, like, so like it's, to most of them, it's not a.
The thing is though, like Adam does not like leaving things to chance in that way, so yeah.
Yeah, it's just so I have no plans for the Lady Iris to choose Oris at the end of the week. I will tell you that out of character.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. But yeah, so the thing, it's still a very real worry in Adam's head, even if it's an irrational one, because he's made out of irrational anxiety. That's basically. He's like,
I do think it's that irrational, though. I think it's pretty rational in this case.
Maybe, but he's just made of anxiety anyway.
Yeah, he's made of irrational anxiety. I just think in this case it's pretty rational.
Yeah. So
at least the anxiety of Oris being in the final five is pretty rational.
And that's the thing, is like he's got a good chance of actually making it to the end, so he's just like, yeah, there's a low chance of this, but it's not zero, so yeah,
it's fine.
It's the weird balance of him being smart about some things and really not smart about other things. So yeah, he's just gonna kind of make his way back into the fold, find out what his hawk's gnawing on, and kind of try and pick his spirits back up again after being quite anxious.
Yeah. Good times. So, do we have any other particular conversating in mind with the hawking portion of our day?
I'm personally like I've achieved my particular thing, so I'm.
And again, the assumption is that there's pleasant small talk.
Question.
Oh, all right.
That I have never asked, and I've wondered about, and then I kept forgetting to ask. So here's my question: are there any rumors of bastards from House Tyrell?
Not in particular. Like, there are bastards from the Reach.
Oh yeah, the flowers, right? And that,
like, nobody thinks that like Mace has been sleeping around or anything. Nor his children.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't.
That's it. I've never heard a whisper of it myself, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, nobody's like claiming Willis is the baby daddy or things like that. Like they're all heckin' heckin' chivalrous in repute.
Yeah.
Just like they have been presented. Yeah.
Right.
Like, which isn't to say that there's never been Tyrell bastards, but not like right now, right? Not this generation,
Okay.
type of thing. Yeah. No, you're good. So, let's go ahead and just assume more small talk ensues. Some girlish gossip, with Desmara Redwine, um, Mary Crane, et cetera, on the way back, but nothing of particular note. And then we'll jump in, we'll take our break, and then we will cut back to you lot out here in the mid-late afternoon in a hunting party with some more of the knights and lord types. So let's take our break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we will see you soon, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are back post-break. We grabbed snacks. We consoled thunderstorm upset doggos.
She
We
okay?
vented. We vented about
Fine.
NPCs a little bit, and we are back.
Why is she so mean to me?
Because it was a literal roll of the dice that you were not one of her patrons at the brothel where she saw you as a regular. And oh
What?
yeah, and
She
oh
knows
yeah,
our look.
and House Nymerian starved her people. And oh yeah, your big sister killed her brother.
Half killed.
Half killed. Exactly half.
I want you to take half the anger away.
Okay,
There's
look,
only half
wait.
killed.
I finished it off. He was already dying, and then I just killed him in a duel.
You know, you don't get any credit for the guy who's like, "Hey, champ, you sure you want to fight her to the death? You don't look so good."
You know what? You saved him from a much more slow and unpleasant death. How about that?
Pretty
Because there-
unpleasant.
It's a mercy killing, she says.
And and also, it wasn't us that starved him; it was our grandfather. But that doesn't make it better.
He starved us too of affection.
He definitely did that. Yeah.
Wow.
So you're the real victims here, not House Danny.
In some ways, we have so much in common.
So much in common.
We spent a lot of time with that pillow house.
I love the
Therefore,
moment.
make our starve both of us.
I really love the moments that we teeter on becoming basically the Westeros Bluth family.
It's too bad.
Because unfortunately, I think that makes you Job.
Wow.
They're called illusions. Tricks are what whores do for money.
Or cocaine.
There's always money in the wine stand.
There's always
So, back to Westeros, where we are not quite the Bluths.
We're getting there, but not yet.
We are gonna kick up the hunt scene. So the camera does kind of a slow pan away of the girls, maidens, maids, and ladies making their way back to Wyvern's Rest. And by the end of the day, there's a little bit of mingling between the kind of Reach contingent and Dornish contingent. Janna Fossaway says something to Lady Iris about her dress, and Desmira Redwine asks Elia for a bit of advice about the height of her stirrups in the saddle, and just little stuff that you see the Reach maidens reaching out, as it were, and kind of doing the work of being decent and kind. They are remembering their manners and putting in an effort. And that is where the camera leaves us at late morning, and you guys get back just in time. People are eating lunch, but you see some knights and lords finishing up their lunch in the saddle, as they are making ready to head out. So you lot are left to hastily wolf down some bundled of lunch that Bessa of Fleabottom prepared for you, and little like folded up, like, you know how hobos carried their food in a cloth bundle. She had prepped you all lunch, and there's this little pile of them waiting to be given to you, since you lot are going back out, and Oris is standing over that pile looking unnecessarily protective, but like Bessa told him to, so he's like, all right, I'm gonna protect the sandwiches, right? But like, I don't think anybody's like, the food's right there. Anybody that wants to eat could just eat right there. They don't need to come take this. But Oris is looming over the bundled lunches, and looking bored, because even if it wasn't Oris, nobody's gonna fight anybody for these lunches. But
Or if I reach for one of those, am I going to get my hand bitten?
no, you're one of the 4 that's allowed to touch them.
No, I think I will then.
It's a very short list given to me by Lady Bessa, and I believe her exact phrase was, "If Robert himself showed up and asked for one, you punch him."
Oh,
Which I kind of wouldn't mind trying, but anyways, you're on the list. So you get these lunches, and he hands the other little bundles up to everybody up in their saddles. And then he goes, "All right, duty discharged." And he saunters over and kicks a leg up and over and into his horse. It looks like he will be joining you on the hunt. So you have Obara and Elia Sand, who just decided to come along again. Nobody remembers distinctly inviting them, but they just wolf some food down on the in-between time. And you kind of notice they're with you guys again once you're, outside Wyvern's Wyvern's Rest, and a little distance away. You're like, oh, they're still here. Lord Stannis Baratheon, Master of Ships.
Oh, the party's here.
Lord Renly Baratheon. Both of them together, guaranteed to be a good time.
oh my God.
So the Master of Ships and Master of Laws.
Super.
Renly does not look super thrilled to be here. You can tell that maybe he was hoping to do something else, like just chill and drink some wine all day, right? But it's like, yeah, it's a hunt, so I gotta go. Loras Tyrell is riding not far away, trying to cheer Lord Renly up,
They're good
and
buddies.
reminding him of some recent hunt that they were on.
Friends being friends.
Riding
Just
not
guy pals being pals.
Riding
Guys,
not far from that is the once mystery knight, Brienne of Tarth, who is absolutely making moon eyes at Renly, but is terrified to try and cheer him up. So she's just staring and sharing in his pain, in silent, shy agony. Near her, giving her an elbow to the armored ribs and not noticing, is Alyssane Mormont on her sloppily haircut, shaggy northern horse.
Gal pals.
Little Robert Frey is just behind her, and he's leading a pack horse that is laden with spears, for a lot of people. Next to him, also leading a pack horse, is Lord Edric Dane, and the knight that he squires for, Lord Beric Dondarrion, who is up near Renly, cajoling him about a recent hunt, and his way of trying to get him into better spirits. And then, a few horse lengths away from that lot, is Sir Garrus Drinkwater, who is discussing the finer points of horsemanship with the grizzled old Sir Addam Bridington, and both of them are occasionally being gently corrected by Septon Jim, as the three of them are just having a shared conversation about their preferences for lances and stirrups and saddles and bits and bridles and armor and shields.
Septon Jim is such a pro.
And then Sir Julian.
I'm sure he got his mace's chain. Sorry,
No, yeah,
accepted, not a maester. My bad.
no,
I had the wrong thought.
And then Sir Julian, heir to House Corgyle in Sandstone, is the final Dornishman that has joined you lot. And nobody is being overtly unpleasant. Like nobody, the Dornishmen aren't glaring at the Stormlanders or vice versa. But there is just a bit of a divide there, which, poop happens. So
like
they're
to,
kind of socializing a little differently.
I like to ride up
Yeah.
and extend a knightly hand to Lady Brain and welcome her to the group. Just I've not formally, I think, welcomed her to the tournament. So
She looks wary. She looks like she's waiting for you to finish the sentence and turn it into a joke. Type of, you could just tell she kind of tenses up when a handsome young knight is kind to her in a way that she's just kind of she pauses for a moment and then like returns your grip.
yeah, no joke comes, just a friendly greeting.
So you can tell she's just a little wary, and doesn't really say much in response. Just kind of stammers out a very serious thank you after a few moments. And then as you ride a little bit away, Alyssane leans over and says something that makes Brienne blush furiously, with another elbow to the ribs. Who knows?
That's our girl.
So confused.
What could she have possibly said?
Probably something bawdy.
So yeah, you've got the Baratheon brothers kind of taking point towards the front of the group, except for the Nymerians that might be guiding, right? Everybody just kind of tends to naturally drift into the wake of the Lord of Dragonstone and the Lord of the Stormlands. So those two are riding in not companionable silence. Like I said, Renly's got Loras and Lord Beric kind of trying to banter with him a bit. And Stannis is just riding in like stately silence. Just like, these fools, if they don't stop being kind to my brother, we're going to scare off all the game. Like, right? He's just got this stony, like, they don't know how to fucking hunt at all, right? And he's just being Stannis up there in the front, just not conversing.
Oh, Lord.
I figure he's taking it like as seriously as a starving man out of his last hunt.
Yeah.
It's
weirdly making me like him more. It's so bizarre.
Don't do that.
I caught the last syllable of that sentence.
What are we hunting today? What game?
Whatever ambles into our path, I think.
Yeah.
So we're leaving it to chance. We don't have something seated out there?
You probably had some of your units of guerrillas and archers kind of try to steer stuff in this direction, right? Like they're out beating the bush at the ends of the valley, or but yeah, you're just gonna have to kind of see what you get.
Well then, I will join the Baratheons.
Oh wow, that's unexpected. I thought you were gonna.
Presumptuous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
that is not who I was expecting you to go and join.
well, unexpected. Reach them.
You just try again. You just adjusted your mic far enough away to not
All right,
work
well,
again.
once I reach them, my lords.
Does anyone ever really reach a Baratheon? But yeah, go ahead. Lord Stannis returns your nod with a brusque nod, and Lord Renly must be the opposite of Stannis. So he almost falls out of the saddle, giving you a gracious bow. And Like you actually see Edric Dane's eyes go wide for a moment. But apparently, Renly has one extra bonus die in Charm from the Saddle, so he's able to go a little bit lower in a bow than Lord Beric, who apes the Lord of the Stormlands. His bow isn't quite as low, but it has a dashing half cape flourish that is lacking on the display from Lord Renly. So,
Very exciting.
I'd like to ride up to Adam at some point and just kind of talk to him for a moment.
Oh,
okay, let's see what Rhaena was up to with the Baratheons first. We're going to kind of do them one at a time-ish here.
Text here. I know that they are from up north, so I am not sure if either or any of you gentlemen have done much hunting in this particular area, perhaps in at least a region similar to what we are in here. So I wanted to give you an idea what to expect. And I will then explain to them, based on what I have gathered from my people here in Wyvern's Rest, what sort of game we might have flushed our direction today.
Lord Stannis responds with, like, if Beric said this, it would be with a twinkle in his eye and like, haha, I'm going to tease you about these genocides, right? But instead, Stannis just says, since the reign of King Daeron the Good, we have had little reason to ride this way. And like, he says it completely fucking deadpan serious, like, since the end of the Dornish rebellions under the reign of King Daeron the Good. Like, no, we haven't had to come down here since. So like, you're right. That's good thinking. Like, he says it completely seriously, just like, yeah, no, we haven't needed to come down. Yeah. So he says it not as a joke, and perhaps not even meaning insult, just matter of factly haven't had to lead an army, so, but he just says, yes, since the reign of King Daeron the Good, we have had little cause to ride this way. And then he listens intently, as you list, this type of deer, it's probably like I know most creatures from real life, like Africa and the Middle East, are exotic and are from the Summer Isles or Essos. So they don't talk about like gazelle in Dorne, but I imagine that's going to be like smaller deer, right? You're not going to get like the chunky boy red deer, like the Baratheon or take on their sigil, these huge fucking deer, so it's probably like smaller deer. There's probably some sort of mountainous boar stuff. There's
there could be rams or
there's certainly going to be those.
Basically, the kind of stuff you'd find on the Iberian Peninsula, which is like kind of roughly where Dorne's based on. Like
and it's still
like southern Spain.
Which it still isn't animals completely foreign to the rest of Europe, right? But it's still also not what you're going to find in fucking Scotland, right? Like there's still differences, even
we have Chunky Boy.
Yeah, but from what I have found, despite parts of Dorne being very fucking desert, hardcore desert, the fauna does not follow suit. In most of what I've read about Westeros and Dorne, it hasn't come up hugely. There hasn't been a ton of Dorne in the books where they go hunting or whatever, but we're just going to assume kind of smaller, more calorie efficient versions of most of the critters that they find up north, and then occasionally
rams.
Just more rams.
Rams are terrifying.
And like rams are going to be north, like those are going to be unique for most of these guys. They're mountain only and they don't really have that as much, so
that's what I'm engaging them with.
They'll be like medium-sized cats and like eagles and shit.
Oh yeah, big cats, and I mean they're not shadow cats, so they're not that kind
No,
of
they're
cat.
not gigantic, but like lynx-sized cats.
Yeah.
Um,
And they'll fight back. The rams will
like,
fight back.
lots of different kinds of like big birds, like storks and like buzzards, and like I say, like eagles and things as well.
So yeah. Renly listens with clear disinterest. He's not terribly fond of tromping through the woods. It's perhaps the nightly duty that he is the least fond of. And it's because this trip is ruined now, right? Because his brother's here, and God damn it, Stannis, can't you let me have anything nice, right? Like he's just clearly suffering through this trip. When directly addressed, he will be charming and upbeat for a moment or two. But then he kind of goes back to what can only be described as sulking a bit.
Well, then I'm going to count on Beric to help me carry this forward.
And he's not being as openly brooding as, say, an Oris, right? But he's just,
That's a high bar.
Yeah, he's not his normal self. He's just clearly like, fucking Stannis, why couldn't you have ridden out with the other, because a bunch of the Reach Knights and stuff got together and went hunting too, so like, he's just like, why couldn't you have fucking gone with them? And Stannis is probably just like, it's my duty to spend time with my brother, right? Like, he's not exactly like, yay, Renly's here. Like, he's also, you can tell, just kind of like, I was invited, it would be rude not to attend. And I should go on the party with my brother because we're expected to be seen together from time to time, right? Like neither of them are, yeah.
This is my problem.
Morale is not high.
Well, it is my job to try to make it not sink any lower. So.
Thank you.
So off goes that shirt.
No.
Wait, whose shirt? That's
like shirt?
Usually.
Yeah. So my goal is to keep us, hopefully, a little more focused on the fun part of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if as miserably as I think it's going to, I don't know. I'll exchange looks with Beric. Like, what is with these people?
I'll poison somebody. I will turn this trip into a murder mystery. I'll do it. I will turn this horse around. Someone will die. So yeah, like neither of them are overtly rude. They both raised by a fantastically wealthy family that they got those manners beaten into them type of vibe, right? But you can tell that their hearts just aren't in it. It doesn't take long for Loras to be pretty openly glaring daggers at Stannis because he's just like a little protective of Renly sometimes, and that he's like, damn it, like we could be having a nicer day, right? But he's not saying anything, of course, and he drifts a few horse lengths back before glaring. Lord Beric is trying. He's, every time you mention a critter, Beric's like, remember the one of those we took last spring, or whatever. I guess he wouldn't say spring because the seasons are fucked up in Westeros, but you know what I mean. He would be mentioning, I remember that hunt, and then Renly would just be like, yes, we had exceptional company that day. It would have been a fine afternoon even if we hadn't caught that magnificent bastard, right? And the Baratheon boys just aren't getting along real well.
Don't worry, Felicia. I have an idea.
Oh no.
What?
I have an idea.
I have a plan that's so cunning you could pin a tail on this and call it a weasel.
Okay then. I will do my best, and I will. Yeah. Guide us to where we're supposed to go.
Yeah.
I will try to come and save you.
What's that? Sorry. So, Rhaena's Rhaena's efforts do not make things worse, but they're not enough to turn those particular two around. Towards the tail end of the group, Garrus, Addam, and Septon Jim are all seem to be in fine spirits.
Yeah, I
Addam
like those guys.
Bridington's, he's happy anytime he's in the saddle. Septon Jim has made up his mind to tilt later this week, so he's chatting with Garrus and Addam about that. Like, they're being pretty chatty and happy. The squires in the middle, little Robert and young Lord Edric get along just fine. They seem to be kind of warily keeping an eye out for game. Like, they don't want to screw up by not having a spear ready if somebody needs it. But they're, chatting a little bit because they like each other. Oris is glaring a bit, just kind of brooding towards the Baratheon brothers up front. He looks like he's just kind of staring at his uncles and maybe having arguments in his head, or who knows? He's just kind of just Orising it up. And that's the general pattern of the ride until someone tries something. So is anyone else going to overtly attempt NPC conversation, or do we want to cut to Luke intercepting Addam and having a brotherly talk?
Yeah, I think, I would certainly like to have that go on before I do any NPC stuff.
All right, go show them how brothers are supposed to get along.
Because basically everyone in the party, is someone that Addam wants to talk to, so it's best if that's, put off.
Now I just want to silently ride next to Addam and glare at him, since I've learned what being a true brother is from the Baratheons.
Why are you looking at me like that?
But no, I will come up. Hey, Addam.
Look.
Earlier during the hawking, we're talking to Lady Gannett. Is that what I saw?
Yes, I did speak to Lady Iris briefly.
Yes, and did she say anything about me?
Oh, decisions, do I tell him? Do I wind him up or not? Actually, yes, we briefly discussed you, but not in any great depth.
I don't like either part of that.
Was there something that you wanted me to talk to her about?
No, just she will scarcely say 2 words to me. I'm just curious if she said anything to you.
Well, I think I may have some insight into why that's the case.
I mean, I think I have that insight too.
Well, our family is rather the source of a great deal of her suffering, so it's kind of understandable, and not about you personally, I hasten to add. I know I did tell her that you meant well and that you're trying to be decent to her.
Lovely.
But I think, unfortunately, what has happened to her is not something that can be fixed just by some pleasant words. And that doesn't mean that you did anything wrong, just that I don't think that you can make her like you just by wanting it.
Just so we're clear, I don't want it.
Then why do you care what she thinks of you?
I don't have an answer to that.
Alright. I was mostly discussing her thoughts on the champion so far and that sort of thing. But like I said, you came up, I tried to explain your good intentions, and she acknowledges those and wants you to know that she appreciates your effort, just that they're not the panacea that you are hoping they might be.
I don't know why, but all that just makes me feel worse.
Well, that's not my intention. What I mean is, she doesn't hate you personally or anything. She just has a lot of reason to dislike and distrust anyone from House Nymerian, so it's not anything about you personally.
That's not really, I guess, my concern. I don't think.
Then I'm curious as to what your concern is. I mean, you clearly care about what she thinks of you.
I guess I do to a degree. I don't know.
Is it-
I can't answer that yet. I don't have an answer to that.
Might I hazard a small theory
Speculate all you want.
that I think it may be because it's to do with your sense of being a chivalrous knight. That a lady being displeased with you is a feeling of sorts, even if you didn't cause it directly.
Maybe. I'm sure that's some of it.
But I would suggest that the best thing that you can do for Lady Iris's disposition at the moment is to let her be.
It has been primarily what I've been doing.
And
I don't know, Adam. I don't know what I wanted you to say or what I wanted her to say. I just...
that's all right. And know that I will always tell you the truth.
Maybe I... Go ahead.
I was just adding, I will always tell you the truth based on what I know and perceive. I'll never knowingly deceive you.
I hope so. Well, thank you.
Not at all. Was that all you wanted to know, or did you want to talk about something else?
I think that's it. I think I am greatly bothered by the fact that I can't do anything to fix the situation.
I can understand that. I know very well the frustration of a situation that one can't fix. I can't make her amenable to our house any more than you can. And I did try.
Oh, well, thank you, brother. I just, because I don't know what I expected, but I appreciate the information.
Well, that's all right. And if you feel you need to return to it, you know where to find me.
Yes.
How did your... I saw that you were riding close to Lady Vaelena a lot. Where
Who?
I take it you were getting on. Lady Vaelena.
Oh, the redheaded lass?
Don't start with me, brother. Your would-be betrothed.
Things went well.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
She wanted me to know she is not a dainty reach maiden.
Well, I think we all knew that from day one of the joust.
Yes.
And I think we knew that before when she rode into battle with us. But also, I actually have something a message to pass on from Lady Janna. She wanted to let you know, well, she wanted me to tell you that she appreciates that you were gallant and gentle in letting Lady Mary down.
Well, thank you. That wasn't easy. Meredith is a fantastic woman, so.
She is, and I'm sure that she will not be unbetrothed for long, so try not to be hard on yourself about it.
I kind of don't want anyone else to marry her, though. That's probably selfish.
Probably. I've heard perhaps it's selfish of me to never want her to find happiness since I chose another.
Lucerys, you have no idea how much I understand that feeling.
Right? Just I don't know, be alone forever.
like if Adam had like a cigarette and a cocktail in his hands, that would just be the only thing that would make it more. Yeah, big mood.
Oh. I'm gonna go back to glaring at you. So let me know if you need anything.
Enjoy your glaring. You're not as good as the Baratheons at it, though.
They have a lot of practice. I don't glare at other people.
I mean, I would consider that a good thing, but
Also, just if Oris kills one of them, will you let us know ahead of time so we can plan for the war or whatever?
I'm keeping an eye on Oris. Don't worry. I am personally invested in nothing bad happening at this journey. I'll go and check on him, alright? Adam's not going to wait for a response. He's just going to kind of like let his horse fall back and kind of edge towards wherever Oris is plodding.
Yeah, and Oris is in fact plodding along. And he's not, openly grouching or whatever. He just happens to be looking forward moodily, and forward just happens to be glaring at his uncles that he's not allowed to tell anybody are his uncles, type of thing. It's just, yeah.
So, I mean, Adam's gonna be his usual over familiar self and like ride up like basically as close as he can without bumping into him, because like he's about to ask personal questions and Oris doesn't like that.
You get an acknowledging grunt of hello, but he doesn't look at you. It's just that he knows, like, well, that's a white horse. I can barely see in my peripheral vision, and nobody else would possibly ride that close to me.
Yeah.
So it must be Adam. So he just goes, hey.
Hey. Sorry, that was just for amusement. Copper, for your thoughts?
Nothing in particular. Just hoping to get to stab something soon.
I would just perhaps then make you aware that your gaze is boring a hole in the back of Renly's head.
Yeah.
You might want to look elsewhere from time to time.
Looking at the fancy, high-born Baratheon types with them names and titles and gold and such.
Do I sense resentment there?
I don't know. Do ya?
Yes, I think I do. If being here is causing you some discomfort, you don't have to be here.
Oh, if I want to stop thinking about it, all I gotta do is fuck off away from Westeros. Easy peasy.
I would be very sad if you did that.
Yeah.
Well, if you did it without taking me with you.
I don't think the saddlebags would quite fit you. I'm pretty sure your Lord Grandfather would be cross.
I do not need to be stuffed into a saddlebag. I do have my own horse. As you can see, it's the one you gave me.
Seems to be doing all right.
Yes, he did very well earlier on. I mean, obviously not as good as Elia's horse, but well, that's a very high bar to clear. He rides well. I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Don't ever use that phrase about a high bar to clear, or she'll just start daring you to go jumping fence posts.
I mean, I think it's bold to assume that she would acknowledge my existence.
She likes you all right. She just don't know how to say it.
I think the way that she expresses that is by annoying me and being a braggart. And you know what? No, I'm not even going to talk about her. Never mind.
She's a loud one.
Yes, I suppose maybe perhaps we're just awfully different that way. Or I daren't even think that we may be similar in that way. Can I ask you a question that might be personal?
Yeah.
I saw that like when you jousted Lord Renly, it seemed like you said something to him right at the end, and I'm curious about what you said.
Nothing important. Just letting him know that I knew that he knew what we know.
Right.
You know?
All right. Yes, I know. Thank you. I appreciate you telling me that. Just largely, I'm just, I'm very, very conscious of their presence, particularly Lord Stannis, and I don't. I'm worried that I'm worried about you drawing too much unnecessary attention. I don't want you getting in trouble or having to leave here or anything like that. So I'm. If I mean that's why I'm being a bit strange, I suppose. That I'm conscious of you being watched, and I don't want it to get you in any trouble.
Eh? Figure if I can get knighted by the king himself and go whacking antler off his helm in the middle of King's Landing and not get in trouble, then I can at least put on a good show in my first tourney as a knight. Eh? Who's gonna say something?
Look, I mean, you certainly can. That's not the concern, really. It's more. I don't know. I worry,
I know.
My Lucerys and I had to have quite a tense conversation with him and Lord Aaron to convince them that they didn't need to worry about you. So I want to keep them not worrying about you. And I mean, I don't. I think everything's all right so far. I can never be sure, and I hate never being sure. You're doing great, by the way, though. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
And it's not just because, not just because you've won me money.
I told you. For an attorney, you bet on me. Bet on me hard.
Well, I did what you told me. I'm apparently capable of doing what someone tells me sometimes.
Barely.
Found something I'm good at, so I'm gonna keep doing it.
Well, maybe it's I haven't lost the squire's instincts. When a knight tells you to do something, you do it.
Don't think that's it. I think you've just got a good head for coin, and you know a winning wager when you see one.
Well, I mean, both you and Lord Stannis told me if you make enough money, you can do what you want. So I suppose I might as well try. Actually, that was pretty much what Lord Littlefinger told me as well.
Seems to be how money goes. If you got a fancy name to go with it, especially.
Well, I mean, your name's fancier than mine now.
What's that?
You've got a whole sir in front of your name now. I don't have that. I'd love to have that.
No, but you've got a Nymerian after yours, and you know that that's worth a good deal more than a Waters.
I suppose, but it does also get people expecting a lot of you that you don't necessarily want to give them.
You really want to complain to me about folks expecting stuff you don't want to give them?
wasn't complaining. I was just offering a slightly different view, but
Yeah.
it's clearly a touchy subject for you, so I will drop it.
Just already know that your view's different than mine, Adam. That's all.
I was trying to be encouraging, but I have clearly failed. I'm sorry.
I just don't need no encouraging right now.
Do you want me to leave you alone?
Oh, really? Just don't see why you always gotta talk.
He
Um,
doesn't.
Well, sorry, that's a very confusing. I don't understand what. What?
Sometimes you can just be.
Oh,
Nope.
I don't. I don't think I know how to do that. Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't. I fear that if I am too still and quiet, I might stop existing.
Don't think that's how that works.
Um, hmm. I suppose I assume that a lack of conversation must be a bad thing. I suppose that's something I've been that I've either been taught or that I've assumed at some point.
Why?
Well, it's those pesky expectations that that I mentioned. Um, you know, my instinct when in someone's company is to try and entertain them, I suppose, or learn something about them, or I mean, I can try. I can try just being silent if you want.
Just go for a nice ride. Be quiet. Enjoy the view. Have a drink.
Have you got one?
Yeah, he's got a wineskin he's been pulling from this whole time.
Do you've got one?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Well,
he hands over the wineskin.
Yeah, yeah. Come on then, splashy, splashy. Yeah, I'll like take a drink of that and then hand it back and make a point of not saying anything.
Out of character, I want to be like, you could say thank you, but yeah, he just takes it back and he takes a drink and then he rides in silence until Adam breaks it. However
Yeah.
long that might be. Like he's
Yeah.
just like,
Adam will like let his horse kind of slide away a little bit, but like still be next to him, just like not the kind of like right up close that he wanted to be to like check on him basically, just in case. So like he'll kind of fall back to kind of normal distance, I guess. And yeah, he'll just try and be quiet for a little bit, even though that feels extremely weird. So yeah, he's not gonna just like pull off and have other conversations just yet. At least like probably like the next time that an animal gets spotted or something, he might kind of hustle back up near the front. But for now, he is just gonna he's gonna practice being quiet.
and Oris just rides with you in companionable silence.
Oh, good. I get companionable silence. That's
And
bonus.
you can tell that he's no longer just brooding and glaring at his uncles. Like you can tell his head turns every now and then as he takes in the scenery or thinks maybe somebody spots some critter to go stab or what have you. So yeah, it looks like Oris relaxes a little bit.
Good. That was what I wanted to happen.
All right then.
And if anything, like Adam might relax a little bit of that because he's checked on him, and things feel a little bit less tense, so he can feel a little bit less tense now.
You are certainly allowed to. It is. He can feel less tense. It is encouraged. How about Baela? She's striking up any convos?
Yeah, she's going to approach the other women warriors. So, Lady Brienne and Lady Alicent.
All right. They are riding along.
They're gonna go find some like little short knight and beat him up.
No, I don't think so.
Just
Bri-
because they can.
Brienne is listening as you arrive to some crazy Mormont tall tale of some weird animal that she calls a walrus that's got the body of a fish, but the whiskers of an old man, but enormous tusks like an Asosi beast called an Oliphant. And it just sounds like, unsurprisingly, Alicent Mormont kills one in her story. But yeah, so she's just kind of half trying to ignore her, and Alicent's just riding along, telling her some tall tale. She'll probably go on about Snarks and Grumpkins soon.
Good afternoon, ladies.
And Lady Brienne, not really much of a lady, but she's technically a lady. She turns and gives you a very kind of stiff and formal nod. And Alicent just goes with it. She doesn't let your greeting like interrupt her story. She just steers it. She goes, and there's someone fiercer than any walrus now. The sand spear herself. Good afternoon to you, Lady Baela.
Yeah, excited to hunt some fancy wildlife here in Dorne.
It's nice to get out of castle walls and such. Don't know how much hunting we're gonna do with all these folks stomping about. This ain't hunting like I did it back home, but Bear Island's a good bit smaller than Dorne, and there we hunt a little bit more for necessity than sport. It's the word, necessity? She says to Brienne, and Brienne's like, why are you fucking talking to me? Like, why are you asking me this? I'm not the one that tried to teach you that word, right? And then she's just like, but I will see. I don't think we got bears in these mountains, but they're cute little hills anyhow.
That they are, yeah. Lady Brienne, that was quite the joust we had yesterday. I'm very impressed.
She looks almost apologetic at you, like, and then she pauses for a minute and goes, I am sorry for the deception, my lady. I just had concerns on being allowed to tilt otherwise. And by the time that wild young one made it clear that women were welcome to tilt, and this wasn't some jape from Lord Barrack, by then I was already in the roles as a mystery knight, and it felt wrong to give that up.
Oh, don't worry about feeling bad. I believe it gave us all quite the intrigue as to the identity of the Mystery Knights, and we were all pleasantly surprised to see another woman performing at such great levels of mastery over this spear and horse.
I do not think that you were all pleasantly surprised, my lady.
well, the Dornish certainly were.
I think some folk didn't even notice.
Oh, well, don't worry about them.
Fuck them.
Plenty of people did notice, and they'll take away the message that women aren't what they think they are. And maybe that will cause their brain to hurt, and they will ignore it because they cannot comprehend it.
Well, we'll see. Or we could try to make their brains hurt the old-fashioned way if they challenge us.
Well, They'll need all the help they can get if they do.
That they will, my lady.
So, where did you learn to fight that way? I don't know that I've heard of too many warrior women's outside of Dorne.
I didn't give my lord father much choice. I was ill-suited for much else. And eventually he let me do what I am good at.
If only it was that way for everyone.
I sometimes fear that my father made a mistake, but what else was he to do with me? I was clearly never going to be any good at needlework or dancing.
Yeah, me either. Just a fortunate place where I happen to have been born.
Recruit her.
She just kind of looks, I don't know, like, I don't want to just keep describing her as looking serious, but she's so fucking serious, right? Like, it's just like she doesn't really joke ever. So I'm just trying to think. Let's see here. So your last line was "lucky for where I was born." Oh, even Fall Hall is glorious, and Tarth is beautiful. I think it would have been better if I weren't the only one that survived. Maybe Father would have had a better time of it if it had other children than me. As it is, I'm what he's left with, and I'll never find a marriage the way a lady should, and I'll never be allowed to fight the way a fighter should.
Well, I apologize for not knowing the history of your family, but you have my condolences. And should you decide to stay longer in Dorne, we certainly know how to make good use of warrior women down here.
Sir Goodwin, the Master at Arms, used to tell me tales of out of character shit. I just forgot. I want to make sure I get the name right.
Nymeria?
There we go. God, yeah, I just completely forgot. Nymeria. Like I was like the lady from the Rhoynar and the yeah. So yeah, I just was like, that can't be right. That's too close. That's not it. But yeah. So she goes. Yes. I was raised on stories of Nymeria, and he used to tell me that women in Dorne still fight as fiercely as she does, but I thought it was some jape. I do his memory ill, thinking he would tease me for such a thing.
Well, I can confirm that we do still fight with such ferocity. In fact, I was the one who led the army in the defeat of the Vulture King, and at Anders' Fall as well. So not only can we fight well, but we can lead whole armies.
I had heard as much. Lord Beric and Sir... Motherfuck, I just forgot his name. Sir Balin. Jesus, I'm drawing blanks on everything all of a sudden. Sorry.
That's normally what I do.
Yeah, I'm like the guy from the book. So yeah, Lord Beric and Sir Balin spoke at length about you and your sister in particular. Some of the other knights would not listen. I did not mind at all seeing a few of them learn that lesson firsthand.
Yeah, a few at the King's Guard, in King's Landing learned that lesson the hard way as well when I was jousting up there.
The Lady Valena, with her red hair, besting that Connington with his. That was fine to see.
It certainly was.
Well, we'll see how the week progresses, and perhaps I'll be able to teach a few more of them those lessons.
Indeed, I shall look on fondly for your upcoming jousts.
She gets a bit of a blush on her kind of splotchily freckled cheeks. She goes, "You honor me, my lady. I will try to do well by the seat I took from you."
You already have. I hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament, and if you will consider my offer to stay on longer, I would consider that a great honor to our house.
Friend.
The moment is interrupted by Lady Alison Mormont going, "Hey, speaking of teaching some cunts some lessons, what's up with the melee? Is there going to be proper fighting this week? Or just all this prancing about on horses?"
There's a melee. It's coming up in whatever how many days it is, like 2 days
Like
from
2
now.
days?
Yeah, I think so.
In 2 days, I know that there's already talk of some people putting teams together for it. No, I think Lucerys might have been organizing a team.
Out of character, I remember Lucerys was, but I can't find it in my notes. So just mental note, hit me up on it, sometime, Robert.
I think he's only invited Rhaena so far.
Yeah, I think so too, but like I said, we'll double check later. But yeah.
No, I also invited Ambara and I think Elliot. I'm putting together the apparently all chick squad.
Yeah.
So yeah, she'll slap her leg real loud, and her horse jumps a little sideways, but she doesn't seem to notice. She goes, "Well then, let's do it. Let's set them on their asses ourselves, the lot of us."
Yes.
Yeah, that would be very excellent. We should talk with Lucerys.
And she's getting all excited. Brienne isn't. She just doesn't get very excited. But yeah, Alison Mormont is like, yeah, a lot of it. Who here could beat the three of us? But all right, maybe some of them, but not if we recruited more. How big are the teams?
7.
Oh, good thinking, nice and holy. Yeah. We can do this. Let's take it. Show him what for. That Red Roddick fella and all the rest of them.
Yeah, let's get them.
Show these soft southerner lads how warrior women fight.
Yes, those northerners. Show them how we fight down in Dorne.
So poison's allowed?
However you want to say it, but yeah, let's give the lads what for. That's how you catch yourself a man, by the way. Got to impress him with your wrestling, and then impress him with your wrestling. Eh? But first, you gotta show him you'll give him strong babies.
When is that how she pulled Damon?
I think she mostly used her hands for that.
Yeah.
Wieners.
Did she say that?
No, just,
Okay.
not this time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
God. Wait, ask because there's a chance.
Right, yeah,
Right.
like, it's fair. It's fair.
She might
It's
have.
fair.
There's like 2 or 3 women that would talk like that, and she's definitely one of them. Like her, Bessa, Miranda Royce. That's
Yeah,
the top
come.
3 women who talk like that.
On the count of 3, we all yell it as loud as we can. 1,
Yeah.
3. Wieners.
It's a battle cry.
Yeah, right, that's your battle cry.
Oh my god.
So, all right, I think what we're gonna do is end on the note of
Yeah.
wieners,
Yeah.
and we will pick up the hunt in a few weeks, because I don't know about you guys. I guess I'm apparently more tired than I thought, since I couldn't remember fucking Balin Swan's name, one of my favorite B-list characters in that whole fucking series, and we're all getting giggly over wieners. So maybe it's best if we so let's we'll probably end on that uniquely awkward triad of Brienne, Alysanne Mormont, and Baela. I have trouble picturing 3 more different warrior women.
They're very different.
Given how similar their stats are, right? Like if you look at character sheets, you're like, these are the same picture, right? But then like if you're like personality wise, I'm just like, it is staggering how different these we'll end on the note of Alysanne Mormont giving body advice to a deeply blushing Brienne of Tarth. And we'll just pick up with the hunt in a couple weeks because we are already getting a little bit over time.
Yeah, and there is
which
like
is
a lot more to do with it.
Right. So, which was not unexpected. And this is kind of all that's happening this day of the tourney. So that's why I didn't want to shortchange the hawking or the hunting, because they're potentially important conversating is yet to happen, and not just entertaining a conversating. So let's go ahead and call it there. Tape
a lot of fun,
Anxious,
everybody.
I think Tape might be our most recent claimant on the throne. Is that correct?
It is.
So-
That's who currently holds it. Like I took it early, but then Tape took it twice since then.
Yeah. So Tape, make sure you hit me up. You can message me right here on Twitch, or come hit me up on our Discord, or just yell at me on Facebook or anywhere else that you might happen to have me.
He's got a plan already.
Yeah.
So yeah, so hit me up, and we will see what I can make happen for whatever that mysterious favorite NPC of yours is. No promises about it happening quickly, depending on who it is. But yeah, hit me up, and we'll do a little back and forth conversation and see what we can come up with. Everybody else, we'll see you back here in 2 weeks for more Sea of Spears. But do remember, I'm right here on Play the Game every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, doing some PC gaming. Right now, we are working our way through BattleTech, the Harebrained Studios BattleTech PC game. We are doing an unmodded campaign playthrough. And then afterwards, I'm probably going to do a heavily modded career mode playthrough, which a lot of our regular viewers have been asking about. Yeah, Lady Kamea Arano would be a fine catch for any of the Nymerian siblings. I do kind of miss the more royal bent of some of the earlier BattleTech. They started to modernize the militaries a little bit later on, with just more like, oh, that's so-and-so. They used to pilot an agrimech that's some commoners, so now they're a battle mech pilot and the general of the army, right? But like it used to be a lot more stratified, which sometimes just feels cool, right? Doing a little bit more of a Game of Thrones in space vibe, and a little bit less of a modern military, where some of them happen to be lords and ladies. They just changed the the shift in tone happened a little bit. But yeah, sometimes I'm just like, it'd be really cool to just fucking sci-fi up the Westerosi kingdoms and just do like Game of Thrones crossover with Mech Warrior RPG type of stuff. Like I just feel like that could be neat. And of course, we've been chatting a little bit about trying to cyberpunkify the setting where it's just lords and ladies instead of just corporations. Like, yeah, you could toss a lot of Westerosi stuff into a lot of different settings and have a good time. But right now, we're here in our mostly canon Westeros with a few key changes. And those changes are going to get bigger and bigger as the campaign goes on and as our players continue to do stuff and say things. Who knows what will lead to other major changes. So hopefully we'll see everybody back here in 2 weeks. And hopefully we'll see some of you back here even before then, here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, playing some PC games and just hanging out, answering questions and chatting and having a good time. So we'll see everybody soon. Glad to be back in Westeros this Sea of Spears
Bye,
Sunday.
everybody.
We were on an ugly and awkward hiatus from a string of unfortunate events, and it was just good to get everybody back together. So we'll see you all soon.
Buenas
Uh,
noches.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.